Okay, so without any further ado, let's start for the day. As I said, good morning, everybody. For those who are joining a little bit later, once again, good morning. And as I said, I'll add the other participants to the group, to the training once they join. Okay, so today is the second day of the Safety Management Masterclass with myself, Fabian Buckley. Today is the 6th of March. And today we will be concluding with the Safety Management Masterclass training. I think I mentioned the last time as well that today is going to be a lot of show and tell with regards to the documentation and other samples that I would like to show you today. So yeah, we'll try and see how far we can get. I don't want to rush it too much because I know it is a Sunday and people like to rest on a Sunday because it's back to work, etc. tomorrow. But I will go through it as gradual as possible so that everybody can catch what I'm going to share with everybody today. Okay, so thank you. So let's move on. Today we're starting with preparing the SHE file. If many of you guys don't know, I also offer a training that I conduct on development of a professional SHE file, as well as reviewing of SHE files as well, which is a full day course. So if any of you guys are interested, please let me know. Today I'm going to be touching on a few important aspects of the SHE file, which is not the complete information that I share obviously within the full day training, but it's just to give you an overview of the SHE file aspect of the job. Okay, so please, if I can just ask, if we can have somebody just reminding me that our break will be at 9:30, our next break. We can have our bio break at 9:30 for 5 minutes, and then we'll have the next break thereafter, every hour thereafter. Okay, so just please a reminder, if somebody can just keep the time, because I do sometimes forget. Sometimes I get carried away. Okay, so let's continue. So as you know, I always like to ask questions as well. So I will be asking you guys quite a few questions in the training sessions. So please participate. As you know, I ask for those that didn't join on the first one. I always ask questions. If you are in agreement, pick up your thumb. If you want to ask something or say something, please raise your hand icon. And then I will acknowledge you, and then I'll give you a chance to speak. Okay, so the safety file is a very important document. As we know, it's a legal requirement in South Africa. And the reason I say this is obviously because sometimes we have a few guys from overseas that are joining us in the trainings, and for them, it's not a legal requirement to have a safety file in place. But for us, we know it is a legal requirement that every company or contractor has a safety file on site. Okay, so the safety file is drafted, sorry, I was joining, okay. The safety file is drafted based on what? Can anybody tell me what is the safety file based on? What is the safety file and the SHE plan derived from? Anybody? No hands up. What is, let me ask it, I'm asking in two questions. The first question is, what is the safety file derived from? Where do we get our information for the safety file? Anybody? Go ahead, Laurel. Sorry, Laurel, I didn't get that. Okay, I think Laurel's having some problems there. So the safety file is derived or drafted from the legal requirements that are within the construction regulations and within the OSHA. Okay, so that's where we get our information from when we are putting together our safety file. But we also get what we call a safety index or your file index from your client. A lot of the time your client would issue you with a copy of the index with their requirements as far as what they would like to see within the file itself. Okay, now when you are developing your SHE file, you need to ensure that your ordering of your documentation is accordance to the client's index. If the client does not specify or does not issue you with a copy of the index, or that you have something to work from, then obviously you can share with them your index and your SHE file, as long as you meet the legal criteria as far as the safety file is concerned, and then they should not have a problem with approving that file. But if your client issues you with a SHE file index, please make sure that you obviously comply with it according to the index. You will need to ensure that it is aligned according to your index. Now, another important aspect that I like to share with everybody is something that I also picked up through the years. Consider it as one of my golden nuggets, you guys. When you are deriving a SHE plan, can anybody tell me where do we get the information from when we are developing our SHE plan? And I'm going to share with you guys something as well. Guys, can you all hear me? Gloria, can you hear me?
Hi, Fab, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Okay, I just want to see my volume is extremely low.
You can hear me?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so can anybody tell me where do we get our information from when we are developing our SHE plan, which is part of the SHE file? Very important document. Where do we get that information from?
Hi, Fab. And we get it from the OSHA regulation book.
But where do we, Gloria, where do we get our information from when we are compiling our SHE plan? What does the law state?
From the client.
Yeah, from the client, but what do they give us? What document do they give us to help us to develop that SHE plan? Anybody? Okay, so the client will issue us a copy of the specification, health, safety, environmental specification. Okay, from the specification that they will share with us, in there we will be able to draft up our SHE plan based on their specification. Now, the client specification, your SHE plan must be aligned with the client specification, and you must not have anything that is lower than the standard of your client. You can have items that are better than your client's standard, but you will not have stuff that is lower than the standard. And when I mean by that, what do I mean by that is, if your client requirements is you need to wear a safety harness of the 2 meters, you cannot state that we will only wear safety harnesses of the 2.2 meters. It must be either the same or it can be better than, meaning that, okay, we will wear a safety harness of the 1.8 meters, and that is acceptable. All right. So that's just some information with regards to the SHE plan. Another thing that I've learned through the years that's important is that you need to ensure your SHE plan aligns with your client specification. Now, what I mean by that is if your client is talking under section 1.1, talking about the company policies, your section of your SHE plan can be aligned to theirs as 1.1, talking about your company policy. If 1.2 on the client specification is speaking about targets and objectives, your section 2 on your SHE plan can be aligned with their targets and objectives on your SHE plan. All it means is that you're shuffling your sections around within your SHE plan itself, but it makes it easier for the person that's reviewing your SHE file, your SHE plan especially, to ensure that you have met the criteria according to their specification. Okay, that's one advantage of realigning your SHE plan according to your client specification. Another thing that's important is that you will ensure that you do not forget anything. If your client specification speaks about, I'm using an example now, right? Talks about visible felt leadership. Within their specification, it's a requirement for your management to participate in a visible felt leadership program, and they need to conduct at least one engagement once a week. If you do not have anything pertaining to visible felt leadership in your SHE plan, if you are not specifying that these are the criteria or these are the actions of what your people will do, whether it's a site manager, project manager, etc., then your plan is not aligned with the SHE specification. So you need to ensure that if your client is speaking about something, that you in your plan, you are telling them how you are going to ensure that that is being done, and how will you monitor, track it, and enforce it where it needs to be enforced. Okay, so that is covering you now for the SHE file as well as the SHE specification. Now, some important information to remember. Start with your file index as your basis on how you should have your documents in order. As I mentioned previously, if your client has a file index, use their index. Okay. If they do not have an index, utilize your own company index, but ensure that all relevant documentation are in your file. Okay. So start your file and use numbered dividers. This is something that I always try and enforce, that people utilize your number dividers. The reason why I prefer the number dividers is because it keeps it in a sequence according to your index. You can utilize your alphabetical dividers as well, but it's not as orderly in my opinion, because your numbers go from 1 to 31, whereas your alphabet, some of them are combined. You will have one divider that will have maybe X and Y on the same divider. So it's not done in the same orderly fashion, right? So that's the reason why I try to ask everybody to utilize a number divided system. The next, use your brother machine. Does anybody know the brother machine that we can utilize with the labeling? That's an immediate stickers that are printed. Just a show of thumbs if you've worked with it or used it before. I'm sure many of you guys have. I see no thumbs going up. Okay, there's one from Lorel. Okay, so yes, another one from Gloria. So the brother machine, why I like to utilize it is it's something that you can do. You can create your own stickers, your own labels for your stuff immediately. It makes your file look much neater if it is done with your brother machine labeling system. You would see that what I normally utilize as well as I use the dividers where I cut them in half and I place them sideways. But you also get the ones that are just a cardboard cutouts with the different colors, and it has the two holes punched in it for your lever arch files. That's also a nice one where you can put your brother machine labeling on the side of your information, especially if you are separating items in between your different numbering system from 1 to number 2. Now, an example would be, let's say in number 1, we're talking about company policies. So your first section of your policy would be your sheep policy. Your second one, for example, could be your smoking policy. Your third one can be your HIV policy. Your fourth one can be whatever, your COVID policy, whatever your companies have. So you can have multiple policies under section 1, and then between that you would divide your different policies so that it's easy to identify for the person that's reviewing your file, but also it is also much neater as well. Okay, so every section required is completed, and if it's physical verification, indicated on a one-pager and added to the section of the file. So what I'm meaning here is sometimes it'll ask for something on your file and you might need a physical verification in the field, right? For let's say fire extinguishers installed at the site area, etc. You can take photographs of those things as well, and you can add it to the actual file itself. So it makes it easier for the person that is reviewing, so that they do not necessarily have to go out and walk to that area to show them that you do have these things in place. Okay, so it'll be the same with emergency response planning, your gas alarms, your handheld alarms, and those things as well, right? So very important. And if you take anything away from this section of the training, take away this part from me, right? A need file will give you a very quick approval from your client. And why I say this is that your presentation of your file is key. If your presentation looks good, 90% of the time, your client will not go through the documentation with a fine-tooth comb, because they would trust and look at it and say, hey, this is a professional person that's doing a professional file for me. They're showing me the respect as their client to give me a file that I am happy to review. If you're giving that person a terrible looking file, it's untidy, there's stuff that are not punched, put into the file properly, you don't have proper dividers in place, your documents are not aligned with your index, or you don't even have an index in the file. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, or ladies for now, you will not have a very nice review on your file, and it can also make you look bad. Another important aspect to remember is that your file is one of the first things that you are interacting with your clients with. So if you give your client safety manager, or a coordinator, officer, whoever is reviewing the file, if you give them a professional file from the beginning, you are already showing them that you are a professional. And that's what you want to always demonstrate. You want to always portray as well that I am a professional. From the day you met me till the last day when I hand over my files to you for project completion, you must only remember me as a professional in the back of your mind. And that is the intention of what you want when you are developing your file. Make sure that in everything, it is about giving a professional portrayal of yourself and of your company as well. Okay, because that can either make or break you and your company. Okay, so important to focus. Much of your attention needs to be on the following documentation. These are obviously not limited to, but these are the main ones that you focus on. You need to ensure that your sheet plan is done correctly, professionally. You'd also find that in a lot of the times, there'll be sections that your client may ask you for within the file, but you may have it referred within your sheet plan, okay? Like targets and objectives, for example, right? That's one that comes up quite often. You can, if you want to, it's at your discretion, you can have a page that refers to the section in your sheet plan, the page and the section in your sheet plan. You can have a printout of that placed into the section in your under your divided section in your file, or you can just make a copy or print out that section of the sheet plan and you can add that to the documents as well. For me, I prefer to do it in that way than a person having to go back and refer to your sheet plan all the time. You can just make a copy of the sheet plan or print out that section of the sheet plan and add it under that section in your file. Okay, so it makes it a lot easier. So yeah, you know, it's very important to understand, and I'm going to go back to the same points, is that when you are providing your clients with a sheet file, you will make sure that you verify it yourself. If you have somebody that's above you or a colleague, etc., that can also assist you, sometimes it's good to also get somebody else to have a look at the file before you present it to your client, because sometimes we miss things, especially when it comes to replacing information from a previous project site, or forgetting to change a project name or number, or those kind of things. Those things tend to happen quite often. So make sure that you are scrutinizing your documentation properly before you issuing it to your client. And importantly, a very important statement, do not rush the process. Make sure that you have enough time. Give yourself at least 2 weeks if possible. You can obviously do your file within a week. It can also be done professionally if you're focusing on that file for that week. But try and give yourself at least 2 weeks so that you can make sure that you go through it with a fine-tooth comb yourself. Okay, so you do not want to look unprofessional to your client. Now, the health and safety agent duties under section 5, construction documentation and management. This is under phase 5. So what are we saying here? We're saying that under this section of construction documentation and management under 5.1, the health and safety agent will assess, discuss, and negotiate and approve the contractor's construction project health and safety plans. So one day when you are an agent, you would obviously be ensuring that you are reviewing your contractor's health and safety plans, as well as the health and safety file as well. Okay, so you would have to be in that position of, or and experienced enough to understand what to look for in the file, within the plans, to ensure that that plan and file can be approved prior to the contractor starting the job. Next, we say the agent would submit necessary construction health and safety documentation to authorities and facilitate permits that may be required to commence the construction work. So that's quite self-explanatory from an agent side, what they need to prepare and what they need to do in order for the work to start very soon. Okay. Under 5.3, we say that the agents will attend site handover meetings and lead the construction project health and safety mobilization and access plans. Now, when we're talking about a site handover meeting, can anybody share with me what are we talking about here? What do they understand about a site handover meeting that the agent would be doing at this point? Anybody? Everyone's very quiet today. Anybody want to take a try at what they think the handover, site handover meeting is here that they're referring to? Because we remember we have not even started the project yet. Go ahead, Gloria.
I think we are referring to PDAs.
Yeah, look, your PDA would be one of the items, one of the requirements that would be done from the client side, especially if you're working within a brownfield area. But there's something that I'm looking for. When we talk about us attending the site handover meeting and lead construction project health and safety mobilization and access plans, what are we referring to here? Let's start with the first one, attending the site handover meetings. What meetings is it?
Is it not the specifications?
Sorry, Laurel, you broke up a bit there.
Is it not the site specifications?
No, yeah, we're talking about your handover meeting. So when we talk about the handover meeting here, we're talking about handing over from the client or client's agent to the principal contractor the area of responsibility of where they're going to be working. So that would be like your 51B, your 37.2 mandates, etc. Right? Then what they normally do is they would hand over an area to the principal contractor. That's normally done as I would say, a handover certificate, which you normally get when you think of a handover certificate. You normally get that at the end of the job. Okay, this handover that is being done is now pertaining to handing over a specific area of responsibility. So if the site where the guys are going to be working is cordoned off, the client will say, Stefanucci, we are now handing over this area to you. It is now your area of responsibility to ensure that all permits, everything else that comes with it, access control, etc., is done by yourselves and managed by yourselves. Okay, or Lindy or Floor or one of those companies will be handed over that area of responsibility by the client. Now that would be specifically under greenfield projects. When it comes to brownfields, the client still takes responsibilities. We are working within the area, but they would normally give us a handover of a specific location, like laydown areas or site facilities where we can put our containers down, etc. Right? Our site establishment. So parts of that would be the handover process, and then you would also attend the handover meeting. So from that, the agents would say, okay, your area of responsibility is X. This is what we're handing over to you. Please ensure that these things are being done for yourself. We will come in and we will audit you guys to ensure compliance to our requirements of the specification and any other requirements that is issued to the contractor contractually. So any annexures or any addendums, whatever they may be, or any exhibits in the contract, they would ensure that they are auditing them according to that to ensure compliance. And then it will be done in a handover meeting. Now, this is what we're talking about. And then when we talk about mobilization, that's obviously now talking about site mobilization. That's now your laydown areas, your fencing, your site establishment with relevant facilities, your toilets, change rooms, etc., etc., will all be mobilized in that area and issued to you from the client side to ensure that you are complying with their specific requirements in that regards, right? And then when it comes to access plans, that is now obviously accessing to the work areas, accessing to the laydowns, and accessing also with your plants and machinery into their work areas. Okay, all of that would be discussed in your handover meeting from there. Sometimes we call it the kickoff meeting as well. Okay, so attending regular site technical and progress meetings is obviously now at the point where the agents will be more involved in the regular meetings, the technical meetings, as well as the progress meetings. But progress meetings will obviously only start happening once progress is taking place. We are still now at the point of getting ready, preparing for site establishment. So we have not yet even started putting any spades on the ground as yet. Okay. So next we look at preparing revised construction project health and safety risk profiles, specifications and cost estimates or budgets where there is scope of work changes. Now, this is an important point as well, because when it comes to scope change, there's a whole lot of documentations and everything else that goes with it that needs to be updated and revised. Now, that's where I mentioned to you guys about change of management. Okay, sometimes you'll say management of change. Now, in your management of change or change of management, there's specific documentation that needs to be updated within the cycle to ensure that everything is done, all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, to ensure that every document that needs to be updated within the systems are updated, and that everybody, all stakeholders have been informed, whether it's from the client side, the engineering division, procurement, safety, quality, everybody is notified of the relevant changes, especially if it has an effect on them or on their department. Okay, so this is the time now when revisions are starting to come through. when a scope of work changes might start coming into play, where customers will start saying, hey, we don't want this done, or we want additional work done. Then you obviously have your project management instructions, your site instructions coming through where there's additional work. When there's additional work, what does that mean? It's an additional scope to what the original bill of quantities was and bill of materials was, and the scope of work can then be increased. Okay, now from a safety perspective, what we need to be taking into consideration is when there is an update on the scope of work, we need to then look at the scope and identify, is there something additional to our original scope that we were going to be performing on this project? If we can identify something, yes, it is, that is outside of what we had originally planned for, then most probably you're going to now need to start looking at risk assessments, method statements, procedures, all of those nice things that go with that scope of work change. That's an additional scope to what your original scope of work was. Okay, everybody happy with that so far? And I see some thumbs up if everybody's with me. Okay, thank you. All right. So next, we would, as an agent, we would be monitoring the implementation of the construction project health and safety plans in accordance with the construction project health and safety specification. We've already touched on that as well in the previous section under the SHE file. Okay, and any further scope of work changes and recommend stop work orders when necessary. Now, what does that mean in a nutshell? If there's something that is outside of the initial scope of work, it was not planned for, there's no documentation in place, no proper arrangements in place for that activity, then obviously we cannot allow people to proceed with the work until those actions or steps have been followed. Okay, so another good point to make here at this stage is that this is why it's so important to have what I call hold points. Now, hold points are, we're going to touch on it a bit later, but I just want to quickly throw it in here now because it's an important topic even at this point, is that if you have proper hold points as a safety agent or as a manager in your company, you can enforce certain steps that need to be done to ensure that work cannot proceed until those steps have been followed. Meaning that you can indicate it by putting hold points in place to say, if a risk assessment is not done by the team and not approved by a few days before the activity is planned, then obviously no work can proceed, no physical construction work can proceed until that risk assessment has been reviewed and approved by myself. Okay, next one, method statement. To ensure that method statement is issued to me at least 2 days prior to activity starting. If it hasn't been done and they want to start the work on the same day, but you have not had a chance to review those documents, your hold points will stand. You will say, guys, you did not comply with the requirements of the hold point, and therefore your work cannot proceed. You know, where I got this from is, if many of you guys, if you work with the quality team, you would see that this is something that they have within their ITP processes. Okay, their internal test plans, they have what they call hold points that they indicate on the ITP that will state no work can proceed until initial fit up of the first pipe has been observed by one of our QCs as well as the AIA. Therefore, that is a hold point. So no work can continue until that item has been done. My question was, how can a quality department have so much authority to stop an activity or not allow an activity to proceed based on equipment that can easily be cut out and repaired? But us as the safety department, we can't put hold points in place for something that could actually protect the life of a human being, you know? So that's the reason why I implemented this, and you can also do the same as well, where you can implement these hold points within your company. And even if you're an agent one day, you can start implementing these things to ensure that the processes are being followed before work can proceed. And it's just a good way to ensure that people don't step out of line. Okay. Next, we'll be looking at monitoring of the design risk management. We'll also look at perform incident and accident investigations when necessary. We'll also look at audit compliance with the construction project health and safety plans and brief the project management team and contractors following any site audits. So again, still a little bit early stages for audits. We would more be involved with sharing with them the scheduling of the audits, when audits are going to start taking place, how often are audits being conducted. You can share with them the specification, not the specification, excuse me, the audit protocol as to what you are going to start auditing them on, okay? Next, we'd start looking at facilitating construction health and safety systems and plan reviews, also within the process. And then we look at the monitoring of the compilation of the construction project health and safety file by the contractors, also very important. Why is it important? Is because you do not want to have contractors issuing you a file a few days before they want to start site establishment or before they want to start doing a job. You want to give yourself enough time to review the documents properly, send it back to them with comments so that they can also go back and rectify what your comments are before you approve their safety file as well. Okay, so that's why you need to give yourself enough time by asking the contractors to provide the information to you in advance. Okay, and then here you'd also start looking at preparing and maintaining a consolidated safety file from the client side as well. You'd also keep your own file available on site. That will obviously be if the Department of Employment and Labor inspectors come through, that you also have your information available to them. Okay, and then obviously from the contractor side, that they need to ensure that they have their files in place and that all the files have been approved. Okay, so it's 10:09 now. We missed the time there. I'll stop at 10:09. Give us another 2 more minutes, and then we can have a quick 5-minute break thereafter. So before I move on to the site establishment, everybody happy? Any questions quickly on that section pertaining to health and safety duties of the agent, as well as the safety file? Do you have any questions quickly on this one before we're going to move on? Okay, no questions from anyone in this area. That's good. Everyone's clear with that. All right, so, and then we'll start on the site establishment, because obviously now once the safety file has been approved, kickoff meeting has been conducted, site handover meeting has been done, handover has been issued to the contractor. We're now at a point where we will start with site establishment. Okay, so we'll have a break now. Everybody please join back at 9:15, and we will resume here from site establishment and initial setup. Thank you. Sorry for that extra minute there, slightly late. Okay, so we're back on the site establishment and initial setup. Just a quick show of thumbs. Everybody's here. Everybody's with us. Okay, good stuff. Shalika, Gloria. Gloria, are you here? Okay, thank you. All right, so next we're starting with site establishment, right? So this is just obviously our samples of the site establishment that many of us would be familiar with. Your containers that are placed on site in this area, that would be considered as your site establishment. And then your left-hand side is just a sample of what your plot plans would have on them, what it would look like, just as an example. So the best advice that I can give with regards to your site establishment is important is that you need to start with your diagram. Start with your plot plan. of your area exactly designed. You can get a draftsman to also assist with regard to this, because they would look at the area that you have available to you, that the client has issued to your company within the handover meeting. And then from that, your draftsman can put together a drawing of your site establishment with your various containers placed within the area, where you're going to have your parking areas, where you're going to have your eating areas. Sometimes some people like to put up some dry areas as well. So all of those aspects need to be considered and put down onto a plot plan prior to even placing down any containers. Anybody can share with me the reason why they think that this would be an important thing? There's a few examples as to why, but anyone wants to share with the rest of the team as to why they think this is important to start off with the drawing first, with the plan first? Anybody? Shilaika, from your side, why do you think it would be important for us to have a plot plan in place, the drawing of the area in place first before we even start placing containers down for the site's establishment?
I think it would basically mean that to make sure we set everything in the correct order to avoid any accidents or incidents or anyone in the area itself getting harmed by how we set up.
Okay, no problem. Anyone else? Gloria? Sorry, Gloria, go ahead. Just unmute yourself, please.
Okay, Fab, I was thinking the reason why they need the plot plan is they want to check first. Most of the times it needs to be it's the safest place where they can put it. Not it must be not near to the plant and so on, for that whenever in case of emergency they want to evacuate people, such things, then they know that it's safer for assembly point and all those things.
Thank you, Gloria. Yes, as well. So, good points that you raised. So, what you mentioned now as well, Gloria, is that your client wants to normally have an idea as to what you are planning to do. How are you placing your containers down? Where are they being placed? What containers are you placing close to your hot work activities? Where do you have maybe your diesel storage area? Have you considered your distance from where you're placing your fuel storage facilities or gas storage facilities to your workshop area where you're going to be conducting hot work activities? Or is it close to your containers, which could be damaged during a blast or an explosion? You'll find that sometimes your clients as well would also specify to you that some of your containers need to be blast proof. Okay, meaning that you are in a volatile area where if there is an explosion, your people can be seriously injured or killed. So they would actually require you to have blast-proof containers in those specific areas. And there's many other aspects that they look at, but those are the key ones. You know, when you work at, for example, Cecil, you have to submit your plot plan to the emergency department, and also you've got to submit it to the what they call the department called spatial, that looks at your plot plan, identifies any areas of concern that they might feel as a problem, and then they will advise you to revise your plot plan accordingly. And they give you their reasons sometimes, and sometimes they just say change it because they want to change. So after you've revised it, you then go back to them, you get the approval from the emergency departments as well. and then they will say, okay, we're happy with this plot plan. You can now go ahead with your site establishment. So it all depends on your client requirements as well. Some clients will just say, this is your area, put your containers down however you feel, and you do it according to your specific plan that you had in your mind, or your management had in their minds, right? So another important aspect to remember is to always utilize a checklist, okay? Now, a checklist example that I have that I wanted to share with you, I'm gonna have to go out here, stop sharing, and then share my screen again. I just want to show you. So when it comes to site establishment, what we would normally utilize, we would utilize a checklist like this. I've also given this to you guys as well to help you. You'll see that this talks about, for example, the 27-point sheet file. It talks about your eating facility provided, considering dust prevention within the areas, sanitary facilities with toilet paper, gives a ratio 30:1, what you must have in here, hand paper towels, etc. Change room facilities with 2 lockers, 1 clean, 1 dirty, shower facilities 15:1, waste management plan. So all of this here will be on your checklist that you would go through and verify of your site establishment prior to you completing it and saying, yes, I'm happy, I comply with everything, everything has been met, and my site establishment has now been completed. So that's an example of your site establishment checklist that you would complete in that regards, right? So that is a sample of the site establishment checklist that you would have had in place. So I just want to stop sharing and share my screen again. Okay, so that's the checklist example, and it's very good to have your checklist in place, or if you don't have one, develop one or get one or utilize the same one that I shared with you guys that will give you a good example with regards to what your site establishment should have. Okay. Some other important aspects that I like to share with everybody is when you are working in different environments, you need to consider your placement of your containers. I'll give you some history as well. So we had cases of contractors placing their containers in a U shape. If you can obviously imagine how a U shape of containers would have been or look like. And what happened was they did not consider drainage within those areas. And when we had rain, and there were some times when there was very heavy rain, they basically created a dam for themselves in a swimming pool where they could not actually get to the containers. They could not get to their containers at all, you know, because of the amount of water that accumulated within this dammed area that they created by placing the containers in the way that they placed it. So all of those things need to be taken into consideration. Your placement of your containers with your heights, especially looking at certain areas that has a lot of wildlife and a lot of snakes and those things, you need to consider where and how you place in your containers. If it is too flat on the ground, it can also create a problem where the snakes can climb into containers, etc. And then you have a problem in that regards where your people are also in danger. So you need to take into consideration all of the different aspects. Your placement of your containers, considering your heat within the daytime, the nighttime, your power supply, if there's a shortage, or if your power supply cuts off from your client supply that they might give you, do you have a backup generator? Your water supply feed. If there is a shortage of water, can you install JoJo tanks if required to feed your toilets, to feed your taps to provide you with water. So all of those aspects need to be considered. We had cases in Cape Town where containers were placed right next to the berth, next to the shipping areas of the harbors. They were placed quite close, and with the heavy winds that they experience sometimes in Cape Town, there was cases of containers being blown into the water and people drowning due to that as well. So you need to always consider, where am I placing my containers? How close are my containers to an area where they can possibly be also blown over or blown into water, etc. And then we had cases of containers being blown over as well due to heavy winds, with very little damage to, or in injury, sorry, but a lot of damage to equipment and property, etc. So what we would do in those cases is we would utilize what they call duckbill stays, which were steel wire cables that were anchored to the containers at the bottom, on the ground section, that were driven into the ground, and they were designed in such a way that if there was any pull or force, they would slant or tilt in an angle, and that would support or stay the container and prevent it from actually being blown over. Okay, so very important aspects when it comes to site establishment. Okay, and then obviously the basics is to ensure that your plot plan is aligned with the requirements of the emergency procedure, that you have your fire extinguishers placed in your at your site establishment. You have a key on your plot plan which would indicate what container numbers. For example, container 1 would have the site manager in. Container 2 would have the quality manager. Container 3 would have the safety manager, etc., etc. That would indicate to you that everything is aligned on your plot plan to your physical site establishment. And then you would have your emergency aspects of your first aid boxes, your emergency evacuation points, your arrows, your running man, etc., would all be indicated within your plot plan. Your smoking areas, your toilet rooms, toilets and showers, etc., would all also be indicated on your key of your plot plan. Okay, so everybody should be quite comfortable now with plot plans, but if you have any questions or anything that you'd like to add at this point before I move on, please do share so. Another one that I also want to share with you guys, what I felt is also important, is the indication of your servitude. You can also add that onto your plot plans, where you are indicating if there's any buried cables or any pipes, etc., that have been placed in that area, to ensure that if people want to start digging in your area where your site establishment is, that they do not start striking cables or servitudes, whether it be sewage lines or water lines, etc. So very important to also include those underground services in your or on your plot plan, so that everybody is aware of it. Okay. I think that should be fine. Make sure that you have emergency lighting as well indicated. Your signages have been displayed on your containers, indicating your emergency evacuation point, your first aid box, your please report to the site office for visitors. Your security has been placed in that area to ensure that people come into your area where they know where they need to go to, that you don't just find people roaming around in your site establishment, and then you also have risk of things being stolen as well. We know with the whole COVID debacle that everybody is quite familiar with what we have to do by having people to sign in and out, have your registers for people to be checked, temperature checks verified, all of those things that we need to have in place for that. All right, so that would all be part of your site establishment. All righty, so next we look at job site visits and checklists. So when we talk about job site inspection forms and checklists, before we start actually doing the construction work, before we're doing any construction work, it's important that we go out and we conduct our own inspection of the area where our people are going to be working. You need to ensure that you have your checklist conducted for you to verify that everything is in place prior to your people starting to work in that area. It also helps you to go out with your team to identify any hazards that you might have missed when you are developing your risk assessment, to look at any potential risks. Now, when we are doing our inspections, we're also looking at obviously the project location as where the activities are going to be taking place. You're going to look at what are the probable weather conditions within that area, okay? What can we be exposed to? What can our people be put at risk for lightning, for heavy, severe winds, cold weather, severe heat, for heat stresses, for cold weather, for hypothermia, not so much hypothermia because they most of the time won't be exposed for too long periods, depending on where you're working. But in some countries, where you can be working in Canada and those things, you're getting minus 40-degree temperatures. So the frostbite and hypothermia can set in very, very quickly. Okay, so you need to be aware of the probable weather conditions. Now, an example for me was also when I worked in Singapore. One of the main issues in Singapore is lightning strikes, and it's one of the most lightning active places in the entire world. Okay, it's extremely low, so a lot of the lightning strikes are always striking. Sorry, it's extremely high, so a lot of the lightning strikes are striking in those areas, and they have a lot of dry storms, meaning that there's no rain at all, and then you're getting a lot of lightning strikes as well. So a lot of people get killed in Singapore because of the high lightning strikes within that area. Okay, so I'm just giving this as an example so that you'll understand that these are the kind of risks that you can be exposed to. All right, so when we're looking at the areas, we're also looking at our surrounding locations. We're looking at what are the hazards that could be associated with the activities we're performing. We're looking at structures, we're looking at low-lying pipe bridges, overhead what you call this, man, bridges, and those things that could also be within the area where your people need to transport equipment through. So all of that needs to be taken into consideration for when you are doing your initial site inspection. And then you need to look at what are the servitudes that are there within that area, where we're going to be digging, excavating. You need to ensure that you have that information readily available for you. If you do not have that available for you and the client has not issued that information, please make sure that you receive that information from your client prior to starting your excavations or drilling, core drilling, or piling, whatever it may be, so that you are 100% confident that you have the information available, that there is nothing under there. The one thing you don't want to do is to be striking cables and injuring or killing your people, damaging your equipment, and also shutting down an entire plant because of the services within the area. So you have overhead lines within your areas that can also cause a problem for your construction execution. And then also you have your underground services as well that also need to be taken into consideration. Another important discussion on this, on underground services, is if your client does not have up-to-date drawings of the electrical layout, etc., buried cables and those things, you can request for them to conduct a 3D scan, a underground scan of the area where you need to work. And from that underground scan, as well as from the electrical servitude that they also utilize, is like there's a device they call a wand. It's the name that it's been given, right? Where they walk around and they can identify, are there any electrical cables, especially live electrical cables, that will pick it up from there, from a cable detector. They've nicknamed it a wand. And then you can also utilize a metal detector, and you can also utilize the scanning approach as well, which would then give you an underground scan of the area and tell you whether they are picking up any cables or any pipes or anything like that as well. Okay. So obviously our main concern is with pertaining to electricity, but you can also strike water cables and sewage lines as well, which you also don't want to do. Okay. And yeah, so that would be your most important thing. You need to be looking at your area, and once you are happy, your people can already now start getting ready to start physically doing the work. Now, parts of the process that also needs to be touched on is project planning. Okay, so this is the early stages of the job. We know that work is around to is already going to start taking place soon. Our site establishment is up and running. We now, as the safety department, also need to start looking at project planning as to and how this will be affected on the project itself. So if you look at project plans, okay, we're talking about, if you look at this sample, it is what we would call a Gantt chart. Okay, it's a Gantt, G-A-N-T chart, right? It's actually G-A-N-T-T. That's the correct spelling, double T. Okay, so at the planning phase, the project team collates and combines individual plans, looks at the costing, the scope, the duration, quality communication, and risks, right? And then what are the resources that are required to create a comprehensive project plan? Some of the important activities that mark this phase are creating the work breakdown structure. This is now where we start looking at the schedule, and then we start looking at project milestones within the Gantt chart. We will start looking at what are the resources and estimates that are allotted for this specific job and for the scope of work that we're performing. Now, as the safety department, can anybody tell me why it's important for us to also understand what are the plans, what are the deadlines, what are the milestones, etc.? Can anybody share with me or with us why they think it's important for us to also be aware of these? Anybody? Why do you all think it's important as safety people, safety professionals, that we need to ensure that we understand the project planning pertaining to what are the targets, what are the milestones, what are the deadlines, what are the delivery dates for things that are going to be arriving, things that need to be installed, things that need to be placed or erected, whatever the case may be. Why is it important for us as safety professionals that we understand the project plans as well? Anybody? Okay, nobody today. All right. So the reason why it's important that we understand the plan, that we read the plan, and this is something that I do almost immediately after I start on a project. I look at the project scope of work. Okay, I look at the contract with the relevant addendums or exhibits that would be specified within there. And another important aspect that I look at is the project plan. I look at the schedule 4, at least a schedule 4 plan that I look at. Right now, in the plan, what it would indicate is there's specific targets for starting certain activities within the scope of work. So I'm going to give you an example. They'll say, after SHE file has been approved, etc., your site establishment needs to start by the 2nd week of January. Okay. So that means that your risk assessments and everything are in place from a safety perspective before that activity starts taking place. Okay. When it comes to the second part of the scope, maybe they'll say your core drilling will be conducted in the area, 3D scanning will be conducted of the environment, and your underground services would be conducted, scans will be conducted as well. So you already know from your side that will happen now in the first week of February. All right. So the first week of February, you would ensure a week before that risk assessments are in place. People have been inducted, people are trained, they understand what they need to do. Everybody is clearly aligned as to what activities are taking place within the planned schedule. Okay. So this way, you will make sure that your planning is done in accordance to your scope of work and accordance to the plan. Now, you will not start with a risk assessment, for an example, on electrical work when the first activity that's going to be taking place is civil activities. Okay? You're obviously going to be focusing your attention on the civil activities because that is what is in the schedule or plan of how the project is going to be executed. And that's why it's important that we as safety professionals understand the plan. It's very simple to read this plan, and somebody, planner that if you sit down with them for a few minutes can easily explain it to you as to how the plan works and how to read and how to understand it. It's extremely easy to understand, okay? And you would see that within your steps, within your plan, it will give you specific target dates and also your milestone dates. So you yourself know that, hey, we as a team, we need to meet to ensure that civil activities are completed, or at least up until a certain point, until the structural steel team can come in and piping team, etc., can come in for the next scope that's going to be taking place. So that would help you as well with your planning for the same process. Looking at what risk assessments need to be in place, what method statements, what training needs to be done with the parties that would be involved. When we start looking at heavy lifts, what heavy lift activities are going to be taking place, and when are they going to be starting with it, so that you can already start advising. If you're working for the same company, you'll already start advising the rigging superintendent or rigging manager, whoever it is, to say, hey, I need to have the rigging pack in place for the tandem lift that's going to be taking place on the 4th week of April. So that person can already ensure that their ducks are in a row. You have your review with that person in advance, so that by the week before the activity that needs to take place, everybody's happy, everyone's reviewed it, the client is happy with it, and the work can proceed on the day. On the day, whatever activities need to take place will happen according to the balance of the items that needed to be done, which is normally your small inspections, barricade the area off, and those kind of things. But the main documentation, your crane documentation, your operators, your rigging equipment, rigging gear, your calculations for your center of gravity, your diffractions on your structural steel, if it's large structures, all of that would have been conducted in advance to ensure that by the time you start, everything is in place for that activity. And that's why it's important to plan ahead. I used to take a plan from the planners. I used to sit with the planners, and as I said to you guys, a lot of the things I did, people used to look at me like I was mad because no other managers were thinking about these kind of things. And this is not for me here to come and blow my own trumpet. I'm just telling you that everybody can utilize a similar approach when they're doing their job. For you to set yourself apart and to be at your apex of your career, you need to understand every department, what they're doing, how is the engagement between our department, being the safety or HSE department, and another department, and how can we help each other to make each other's lives better? How can we work together to ensure that everything runs smoothly on a job? And that's the important factor that we need to understand as safety professionals, okay? Don't just look at it and say, oh, they're the planning team. I don't need to be involved in it with them because they are the planners. They know what they're doing. No, there is an interaction between us where we need to understand the plan. They need to understand from us what are some of our concerns so that we can amalgamate the issues together and we can make it a better running project. Okay, that's our intention as well, is to make it as smooth as possible. All right, so that would be, yeah, and it would be the same with all other departments as well, all right? So as I mentioned to you guys, with regard to the development of the file, the reviewing of the file, conducting the baseline risk assessments, the issue-based risk assessments, when are specific project shutdowns going to be starting, or when are there specific planned shutdowns that are going to be starting as well, is also important for us to understand, so that we can ensure that these things are in place in advance. You don't want to be starting a shutdown in 5 days' time, and you are only looking at documentation in 2 days, 2 days before the shutdown is planned. You are not going to be ready for that shutdown. Okay, so why we need to plan ahead with even regards to our 30, 60, 90-day plans, that we can also utilize the project plan for, that will help us with our own planning from the safety department. Now, this is now where a lot of the show and tell is going to start coming into play here with regard to some of these documents that I'm going to show you. I'm going to start with the shipping document that I implemented, and this I did with one of the planning ladies that I worked with at Lindy. She helped me with this as well. So when it came to shipments, when we had shipments and deliveries that were coming in, we would compile. This would be the type of document that you would have in place, looking at what are the equipment, how many pieces were there, when was it arriving, and then you can start already planning your risk assessments according to these dates and your arrangements for road closures, your route accesses into the plant, which route are you going to be taking when transporting the vehicle, the equipment into the site, your arrangements for what else? Your arrangements for your documentation, like your rigging plans, your permits, your specific road closures if you needed to close certain roads off during these activities. So this is a sample document that I'm just showing you. And then when it came to large lifts, like some of the large lifts that I would have so you have your estimated time of delivery, or your ETD or your ETA. So from this list, you'll be able to identify, there's a separated drum 1, it's one of them, it's coming as a module. The area that it's in within a certain meter squared, the volume of it, and then you're starting to look at the important ones now going into weight. Okay, so when it comes to weight and length is also a factor, because some of these activities would then need to be done as a tandem lift. Now, when it comes to tandem lifts, we know that rigging studies are required. Okay, so now I added to this column, I said a method statement was needed, a rigging study was needed, a risk assessment was needed for those activities. Obviously, some of these activities, your risk assessments can be the same risk assessment for the activity that you're performing, but many a time your method statement would differ, and your rigging study obviously would differ according to the specific lift that you are performing. So what I would do is, you can go back and you can filter through and identify and say, okay, so this one here requires a rigging study. This one here requires a rigging study. These here require rigging studies, etc., etc. And it's easy for you to identify the ones that require the rigging study. Anything like, for example, over 5 tons, you'll be able to identify. So it depends on your company requirements as far as rigging studies are concerned. and when do they require you to perform a rigging study. But from this, I'm just showing you guys examples as to what you would do. And then based on that information, you can then start deleting or filtering through what is the balance of the stuff that's on the list. And then you would only ensure that your method statements and risk assessments or rigging studies are aligned according to these equipments that are coming in. Okay, so that would have helped you as far as your planning is concerned for your rigging studies, method statements, risk assessments. If there was any PDAs that were needed to be conducted, Gloria will also know from a assessor perspective, sometimes we need to do PDAs with the clients as well. Okay, so just going back to the section, I wanted to see what were the other documents I just wanted to share with you. I showed you a sample of the shipping documents. Okay, so when it comes to other documentation, now this is happening already at the pre-stages of the work. So construction work has not yet been approved, or construction work has not yet been executed. Okay, we're still in the honeymoon stage of the project. We're still at the initial stages, looking at relevant documentation, prior approval before the work can actually start happening. So what I did was I developed some important checklists. Okay, now here's an example of the crane pack and crane information. So what I would do is, from the cranes that were coming into the site, because we encountered so many issues that we had in the past with cranes that were coming in that were either not correct, documentation was incomplete, there was just a whole lot of problems that we were kept on identifying with the crane. So what I did was I developed this checklist, which I then utilized. So you would have your fleet and registration number of your crane here. You would have your 12 monthly load test certificates, your calibration certificates, your 3 or 6 month crane rope and hook spread test. If there's a client rigging department that needs to verify and approve that equipment before it is brought onto site, whether it be a crane, etc., you would then obviously include that in here as well. You then have your 24-month operator competency certificates. And then I also included the PQRSTUY here. Anybody know what this is here for the 24 monthly operator competency? What is alphabetic, what is alphabetic, the PQRs, what they stand for? The letters of the alphabet here. Anybody? Okay, so let me, oh, there's Gloria. Go ahead, Gloria.
No. I was just listening.
Okay. So if you look at the right-hand corner here, this is just some additional information that I'm throwing into the training now. If you look at your attachment, you have what we call your fly jib on your lattices, your boom extension for your hydraulics, your counterweight options, tandem lifts, special categories, lifting cradle for personal cage, and then you have your spreader. You'll see here there's PQRSTUY. Now, by indicating what the operator has, you can indicate, let's say they have up until here on the checklist, you can then say TUY, they don't have TUY. So that means that that operator is not approved to do any special category lifts, any lifting cradle lifts where they are lifting a person in a man cage or personal cage, and then also they cannot utilize a spreader beam. That means that they have not concluded all of these aspects within their training and within their assessment process as well. So in the with this being indicated, the person, they will then tick or sign off, tick off the available and applicable, expiry dates for ones that are applicable, and then they would sign off. So the rigging superintendent would sign off on each one of these before it goes to the HSE manager. It then goes to the contractor's construction manager, and then it comes to the HSE manager. So this is where I would come in, or my safety managers would come in, where once these have been verified, then either myself or one of my team members would verify that these things are accurate and they are in place. Okay, so I would do this process with every single crane that came onto the site. All right, and then you would have your information all here at the bottom, the operator's approved certificate, his name, the date, name for the operator number 2, because I used to always tell the contractors to try and have a backup operator. If that operator is sick or something happened to that operator, that they have a backup operator already approved to conduct the work with this crane. Okay, then the crane safe working load on the hook, and then it would be the final contractor verified by the manager, and also the HSE manager verified, and then the expiry date they would put here of the one that is expiring the most recent. Now the reason why I would do this is because I would give them a badge. Okay, so my cranes, I would give them a badge that looked like this. A green would indicate that is expiring within a period of less than 6 months. Orange is if it's within 6 months that it's expiring, and red would be if it's within, obviously it was 3 to 6 months, and then 3 months and below, you start getting a red badge that I start issuing to the contractor. So that would help when it came to verification or inspections. My safety guys would go out in the field and they would inspect these cranes on a weekly basis. So any cranes with a red badge would indicate that something is expiring soon, and that would be where we would be focusing on. And what we would have also done is we would have included that on our crane register. Okay, so I had somebody responsible from my team that would ensure that they're managing the cranes. From my safety team, they would ensure that this has been monitored and verified on a weekly basis. So you would see as well, what I would also do is I would tell them, let's say this item was expiring on the 13th of the 9th, 2021 at that period. What they would have done was they would have they would have indicated this date on a calendar, sent out a reminder to everybody like a meeting reminder, and that would then indicate a week before the actual date of the 13th, there would be a reminder sent out to everybody to say that this crane, that's a 90 ton Tadano phone with this registration or serial number, is expiring on the 13th of the 9th. Please ensure that this is done before the 13th of the 9th. So on the 13th of the 9th, that crane would not work if it was something that was critical for that crane to be operational. And that's what we would also do to ensure that we were tracking this and we were updating our registers and information all the time. Okay, so this is the reason why I implemented this system from the start. So everything, when it came to super lifts, when we had our super lift activities taking place, all of these I added onto a checklist, and I made sure that all of this was checked prior to the lift taking place. Examples would be, has the route plan been walked and assessed to identify any possible obstructions and hazards? Has the crane contractor to measure area with contractor company and supervision? So you're measuring physically with the wheel to ensure that from the center of the load to the center of the crane is the distance that has been specified, whether it was with a measuring tape or with the wheel. My intention was that they were giving us accurate measurements for the crane when it was being set up for those loads. You can have 1 meter off, and that can create a disaster when it comes to lifting, as many of you guys understand it. And then when it came to method statement for the installation and offloading, the loading and installation sequence, task-specific risk assessments done as a team, workshops, was there a PDA arranged for the super lift to include the emergency management services as well as the road traffic team. And then for ground compaction, was there a proper certificate that was available for it? Was the Troxler calibrated to ensure that the ground compaction tests are accurate and that it was issued for that activity prior to the super lift taking place? And then was the super lift pack submitted? Was there a lifting and rigging permit request done? A pre-lift meeting, was it conducted, arranged by management? Is it available? And was there minutes of that meeting? Was there any road closure notifications required? And then obviously your risk assessment toolbox talk communication to the team that are going to be performing the work. Was there a verification of the certificates, physical inspections before the activity would start? And then is the area barricaded, etc. And then the lift completed and barricade removed would have been the last check that would have been done after the activity was done. The non-negotiables were obviously the ones on the top, but the ones in the gray were the items that were done on the day of the lift itself. Okay, to verify that the risk assessment was done, the toolbox talk was done, the DSTI was done, and communicated to all relevant parties. Okay, and you see I had hold points would be verified and signed off on site before activity starts. Okay, so this was another one that I implemented, which was for my super lift activities. And then these were just examples. I'm sure you guys have seen rigging studies. I don't need to share, but I'll just quickly share sample of rigging studies that our guys would complete prior to the activities. And then you'd have your engineering studies and stuff that would go in there as well. So when it came to man cages, when it came to spreader beams, I did exactly the same process. I had my checklist conducted like this. This is similar to how your ITP setup was done from your quality guys. And I ensured that all of these were verified and checked prior to me even allowing them to start lifting with their man cage on site. The same would be for the cherry pickers. Okay, these are common. We use them all the time on sites. But how many of us are verifying that all of these things are in place prior to us allowing the companies to utilize the cherry pickers on site? Have we ensured that the cherry picker user manual and load charts is available? Their 24 monthly competency was done, that they're medically fit, proof of working at heights, their spotter, flagman working with them, risk assessments in place, fall protection plans, etc. All of these, and your emergency rescue plan for that equipment, if it's shut down at heights, how do you get them down? Do they have an emergency release switch that they can press the button and the cage will lower down slowly due to the hydraulics that would fill up in the tank itself, right? So all of this would have been done and verified prior to me allowing the contractors to work with their cherry pickers on site. Okay, and then this is just an example of assessment that was done prior to activities in the area. This was my unit that I verified, and then I did specific measurements looking at some hazards and things that they needed to consider, where the cranes would be placed. All of this was then done in advance. And then obviously some physical photographs, you can see that's me here with the superintendents and stuff from the team that were going to do the work. And then we identified what underground services were here, what they needed to take consideration for, certain poles that needed to be removed because it was too close to the areas. All of this would have been done in advance. Then we looked at height restrictions, light poles that were in the area, pipe racks that were close by, that needed to be taken into consideration before equipment was even brought into the area. Okay, sometimes containers, whole containers needed to be removed because it was too close to the area where the lift was going to be taking place. So this is an example of what you can do in advance before your lifts start taking place. Not only lifts, I'm saying lifts, but it can be any activity where you need to look at the surrounding facilities. It can even be transporting something in as well that you might need to move equipment or take consideration of height restrictions and those things. Okay. All right, so we're going now on to 10 past 10. We'll then have a break again from 10 past 10 to 10:15. Okay, so that's now pertaining to your planning and your activities that you would be performing in advance to ensure that all of your equipment that has been brought onto site, you have your proper documentation in place, people have been properly communicated to, trainings have been done, everybody understands and everybody's clear. I can guarantee you, if you conduct this alone in a professional manner and you do it from the beginning, you start your process and you continue it like this, you will not have a lot of delays. You will not have work being stopped because documentation is not in place, risk assessment, rigging studies, method statements, whatever documentation that needs to be done and in place would be in place for. You would ensure that that is done in advance. Now, I just want to quickly show you one more document, and then we can go on to the next one, will be the preliminary scheduling, which is next. Next slide. And then we're going to stop now at 10 past, but I just want to quickly share this with you first. Let's share my screen again. Okay, so when it came to job cards, it's a very nice job card that we were utilizing in India. So job card is a very nice document to have in place as well, something that you can ask your contractors to implement, where there is a clear understanding as to what is the work that's being performed, when is the shift taking place, the person's name, the assessor's name, and the work permit number, especially if you're working on permits. And then you have the employees that would sign off on the attendance sheets on the left-hand side. And the description of the work that's being done is important, because from this you can derive whether this activity has been properly considered, has the task assessment been done in advance to ensure that all of these relevant checks have been done for that activity. Now, some would utilize a DSTI, but a job card system like this is also good because you need to have prior approvals prior to the guys actually starting the work, which is different to your DSTI. Okay, so that's just an example that I wanted to share of the job card system. Okay, so it's 10 past now. We'll see you back at 10:16 because I ate into a little bit of your time. So 10:16, we'll be back. Thank you. Okay, so it's 10:16. Everyone should be back or making their way back. If you can hear my voice, we need to start again. So the next break again will be at 10:11. And then, yeah, we'll have another 5 minutes thereafter. Okay, so now we're talking about preliminary scheduling. Okay, so we've touched a bit on with regards to planning and schedules, and why it's important for us as safety people to understand how planning works and what is our involvement with them as far as our interaction and engagement with the planning department is concerned, and how all of this can help us. So what we need to understand a bit when it comes to planning is that we have what is called your preliminary schedule, which basically breaks the project into relatively few broader activities to provide essential information to those assembling the contractor's cost and estimations as well, right? So that is now looking at your projects, your preliminary scheduling. Okay, and then you'd have your detailed scheduling. Now, your detailed scheduling is now where you are going into detailed design, detailed information pertaining to your schedule, and you are going to start breaking things down into much more detailed information and you go up into your scheduling, your level, they call it level 5. I think you even go up to level 6 as far as detailed planning is concerned. Now that's your nitty gritty. That's looking at almost every single task step that one needs to follow within the process and within the scope of work for that activity to take place. And you'll find that they utilize, especially your very detailed plan would be utilized a lot around your shutdowns as well. So most people would utilize a level 4 schedule and a level 5 sometimes, but majority of the time people are looking at the level 4 schedule as it goes through. So if you can understand it from a numbering sequence, your number 1 schedule would be a very basic preliminary overview. And then you go into your number 2, 3, 4, 5, right up until your very detailed plan on your level 6 scheduling as well. Okay, so that is now in a nutshell pertaining to planning. Okay, for your understanding of planning and how it relates one to another from our side to the planning department. Now we're going on to a lot more of the fun stuff. Now we're starting to execute the work. Okay, so from a project perspective, we're now really at the point where we can start pressing play on the construction execution part of it and the execution plan. Now, before I go into the information on the plan or diving into the different aspects, I'm going to share with you guys what I used to do to help the contractors so that they execute the project in a well-executed manner or professional manner. Now, if I go to, just to share my screen again. So now we're looking at your project execution plan, right? So execution plan, this is an example of an execution plan of what it looks like, right? So your execution plan, it covers you with your introduction, your definitions, abbreviations, and your scope. And then it starts going into more detailed aspects of what is required, when and how, by who. So you can see there's some abbreviations, examples. And then it starts going into, so what is MC, mechanical completion? What does it mean? Okay, what's the definition of it? So it starts giving clear information and indication as to what is mechanical completion, what is considered as pre-commissioning, okay? And then we start looking at what is the scope of work for the project. We're looking at the installation of temporary site facilities. That's now the laydown areas, the temporary site facilities. We're looking at transporting of the material and equipment onto the site. And then we're now starting to go into the civil work, piling, excavations, foundations, pavings, etc. Structural steel, when they coming in, equipment erection, piping installation, surface protection of piping, insulation of piping and equipment, scaffolding, electrical and instrumentation installation. And then we start going into pre-commissioning and tie-ins, and shutdowns. Okay. And then it gives you an indication for the work pack. Let's say that's work pack 3 for a brownfield activity. This is all the activities in a grouped aspect as to what will be taking place within work pack 3. Okay, in work pack 2, it's a greenfield and brownfield, meaning that it is under our control and our permits, and it is also under the client's control and the client's permits. That's what our greenfield and brownfield in a nutshell basically tells us. Yeah, you can see this is only client required activities in the sense of permit to work systems, lockout isolations is all parts of their responsibility. We would apply for those permits and those lockouts, etc., and they would ensure that it was safe prior to us doing the work within the area. That are obviously what is applicable. All right. Whereas in work pack, let's say 3, your greenfield and brownfield there's a combination of what we are responsible for and what the client is responsible for. Okay, and then that will give you exclusions, general project construction information, your prerequisites. These are now all the stuff that needs to be in place prior to actually starting your construction execution to ensure that all of these are done and in place before the activities can actually take place. Okay, and in your construction engineering, who's nominated from the specialist part as to who they are within the team, and then your site organization, and then it goes into a little bit of safety. Now, one of the things that I used to like to do in all my documentation, if there was a document like this document, project execution, this was not a safety document. So it was not necessarily part of my safety system. But what I would do is I would utilize the information, I would extract it, and I would highlight it in yellow, which indicated to me the sections that were specifically applicable to safety. Okay, so my team would understand based on this specific document under section 5.1, it's talking about safety, health, safety, environmental protection and security, and what was applicable under these sections. So everything else that was applicable under safety, you can see I would highlight it like that and identify what would have been applicable for my team or my people and for my contractors as well. Okay, so this is an example of a complete project execution plan, and you can see it's very detailed as far as what needs to happen by who and all the relevant parties involved. So it's important that you read these documents as well, so that you can understand the sequencing and what is happening according to the scope of work. Okay, you can see that we should go into quite a lot of detail as far as ground piping and above ground piping and how much there was and what it entailed and all of that. Okay, and then there was issues of golden wells and whatever, you know. So I will just highlight specific things that I felt were relevant and important, and that's what I would do. So I'm just sharing with you all an example of what you would see in your construction execution plan. Okay, so on the next one, documentation wise, let's see. Okay, so this was another nice thing that I did for my team as well as for the contractors as well. What I would do is I would have a I'll just share it with you now. So I would share with the contractors the information pertaining to what was needed to be verified and checked. Okay, so there's it here. So what I would do is, if everyone can still see my screen, so my guys would have a list like this that I would develop, and I would say, request expiring letter of good standing. Who is responsible to do this from my team would be Jack. For if it was from a different project site or different units, if it was, then I would split it up during, depending on who was working on which projects as well. So yeah, you'd see, for example, Jack and Jack, excuse me, would be doing the same activities. Okay, when would it be done? 1 week before it was due, and the time that they needed to submit it was by 9 o'clock in the morning. When it came to major investigations, Jill would conduct it, or Brendan and Fabian. Period when it would be done, that was obviously an ad hoc basis, as in when required. It was the due date was ongoing and the time was also ongoing. So there was no specific times for our investigations taking place. We would set it up according to a need-to-need basis. Okay, and then when it came to like minor investigations, and I would obviously get my safety officers or my coordinators and stuff that they could conduct the investigations, and they would normally do those within 48 hours. So those were on more minor cases. Okay. Then we had inductions. So who was responsible for doing inductions? When was it done? Sometimes you can also state inductions are done twice a week. on a Monday and maybe a Friday, and it's done at a specific time. So what I would do is, based on all these different activities that will be done here, the contractors understood who was responsible from my team to do what. From their side, who was responsible as well to do what from their team, because they would share that information with us. And this is the way that we would come and verify that everything was being done in accordance to the required activities that I had for my team to perform. So from the contractor side as well, what they needed to be informed of, what they needed to be aware of, and when it needed to take place. Okay, so that would have been on the tracking sheet, and on a weekly basis, I would sit with my team and ensure that this was in place. From the contractor side, my safety administrator would have her register or his register, depending on who it was, and then they would be able to indicate compliant, compliant, a non-compliant, who's non-compliant, Sean didn't submit the letter of good standing to us in advance and it's expired, so we need to now send an official communication to them and to his management that if we do not receive it by the specific cutoff dates, then work will be stopped because of no letter of good standing being in place. So this is an example of how you can manage your teams as well as managing your contractors with that approach. Okay. And then what I would also do is I would give them a copy of a PowerPoint presentation, all right, which would indicate to them, so I called it a DVD pack. So this was the sample of the DVD pack that they would have. And on this, it would indicate what documentation was required from their side, and they would click on the relevant hyperlink and it would open up to the actual documentation and what they needed to do, when and how. All of this was provided to them in advance, okay, on the presentation itself. And then also I would give them a copy of our process flows. Now, the process flows, I can't remember if I shared it with you guys, but the process flows would have indicated what activities were taking place on a daily basis and how the interaction between us as a company and the contractors was being conducted, so that everybody clearly understood who needed to do what, when, and how, and what was our expectations of them as a contractor. Okay, so similarly as well, you'd have, for example, your 30, 60, 90 day. So there's a 30, 60, 90 rolling horizon and how all of this happens. So when it came to like where I would put a red outline around the section, that would have been a sample of the document itself. Okay, where they could click on the documents and it would open up immediately to the document, and then they could understand what they needed to fill out. So for every single activity where there was an interaction between my company and my contractors, I developed a process flow so that everybody could understand what they needed to do. So my team would be in blue, the contractors would be in green, and the interaction, and then the information for the Linde internal process, for example, would have been specified on here, and the blue would have been my team with specific people or names that would have been on there and what they needed to do and how the team would work one with another. So that's how my process flows would be done. Okay, and obviously we could personalize it according to the different project sites, that everybody knew who was responsible for what. Now later on you'll see how I checked all of this as well, just to share with you the process. So you can see we shared all of these different process flows with the contractors in advance, so that everybody understood clearly what needed to be done on the relevant project sites. Okay. Okay, what was next? Next we did I've shared with you the relevant checklist, etc., that we put in place. So I mentioned as well that we would also compile the registers from the relevant equipment that the contractors would bring onto site, including our own equipment, vehicles, etc., that would be placed onto a register and onto they would also utilize the checklist to ensure that all of these aspects have been verified in advance. So before they can even come onto site, they would have been checked and verified. And what I also did was I got a specific sticker made that we could place on any equipment that my team would have inspected and verified in advance. And then from there, they would place the sticker on the equipment, and then they would sign it off and date it as well as to when it was inspected and when it was and who inspected from my team. Okay. We also created a roster where we had what activities were taking place when and how within the different teams, so that everybody knew whether we had a day shift or night shift as well, and everybody had a chance to be rotated within the project sites as well. Okay, so I've already shared with you all the sample of the deliverable, mechanical deliverable list, sharing with you all what it looked like and how you can make it work for you. What we would also do was, which was also very important, was your daily cross-pollination meeting. Okay. So your cross-pollination meeting, just going to share the sample with you all. So this was our cross-pollination meeting. Sorry, that's not this one. Okay, so what we would do is you can see this is the first section would be covering us, let's say, for the civil contractor. Now this is, you must take into consideration, now you are a EPCM or client and you are managing multiple discipline activities taking place. You're not just looking at your company's activities, that is E&I company or plumbing company. You are looking at all the different activities taking place within your project scope of work, right? So you have civils under you, you have mechanical, you have electrical, you have scaffolding, you have all these different activities that are taking place and you need to manage it, okay? So what would it mean is the civil activities or the civil personnel would be there, the site manager, project manager, site safety manager would be present in the meeting, and they would then list down what are the activities taking place within the next 2 weeks, what are the areas that they're going to be working in, and what is the priority for it? Is it high? Is it medium? Is it low? Etc. So this would all be included in here. Okay. What's wrong with this thing? Why isn't it moving? Okay. Then your responsible person. So who is the responsible person's name would be indicated here. Who was the company responsible person's name that was applicable there? And then you would obviously select that person's name, and then that person would be responsible from that side as far as that activity is concerned. And then you have your actual start date, your actual schedule completion date. Now this is looking at your scheduling date. Your schedule would be according to your plan. Okay, remember we looked at the Gantt chart, the planning that would have been done on those specific dates. If they say that we're going to start this activity on the 2nd of February, then that is the start date that you would have indicated on your actual schedule date. And then it was actual schedule completion date, and then your actual start date and your actual completion date. So The reason why we did this as well is obviously that we can also check to see whether they started in advance, whether they started on the day as the schedule, or whether they started delayed. And if there was a delay, why was there a delay? Okay, so that's how we would check it as well. And then you would have your different aspects that needed to be considered, your documentation, so there'd be safety requirements. Was there a permit required for this activity? And then we can indicate what is the document status. So yeah, we can say all documents were approved, okay, for that activity to take place, and therefore work can proceed without any delay. Okay, on the remarks, we can say once it's done, we say completed. Okay, on the remark side, and then we know that that's done. Now, what this helps you with is there is an interfacing, and that's why I call it a cross-pollination meeting, because you are cross-pollinating amongst different disciplines and different activities, different teams, different companies as well, where they now everybody needs to understand who is doing what, when, and how can I have a part to play on your side? What activities am I doing that could possibly affect you on the mechanical side, or on the piping side, on the tank side, on the electrical side, on the scaffolding side, etc. So you would ensure that these meetings were conducted in the morning, very brief meetings. What are we doing for the day? This is what I'm doing. This is where I'm working. And is there something that I'm doing that can have a part to play in you or affecting your progress? No, there's nothing. Or your safety? No, there's nothing. Okay, no problem. Civils, thank you. You can go. Guys, is there anything that you all are doing that can affect the civil team? No, there's not. Okay, thank you. Everybody goes. Civil team goes and they do their job. Mechanical, piping, E&I, scaffolding. Interaction, yes. Cross-pollination, how are we involved? Yes, how can we affect each other from an activity perspective of the scope of work that's been performed? They would then have an interfacing between each other, and mechanical would say, I am working in this area, and from a piping side, or from an activity side, I'm going to affect the piping team because I'm going to be working in that area from this time to that time. I need to do X, Y, Z. Once that is done, only then can the piping team come in. So that also helps with regards to the daily planning of the activities, where the planning team would say, okay, guys, based on the fact that piping can only start working after 11, please can we look at priority 2 activities for the day and move your people to that area so that the guys are not standing and waiting around doing nothing. Now that's from a progress perspective for the planning, but from a safety perspective, can anybody share with me why they think these kind of meetings are important for us to have from a safety perspective? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, so from a safety perspective, why these meetings are so important is because it helps us to understand what are the activities that are being performed for the day, what are the highest activities that are being performed for the day, so that we as the safety department also understand where we need to place our people, where do we need to prioritize our resources. Okay, so an example would be a hot tapping is going to be conducted in unit 22 at 10 o'clock. Okay, there's going to be a high pressure test, pneumatic test conducted in unit 15, and it's going to be happening at 1 o'clock. From 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, there needs to be safety present there. So you would automatically know, okay, I'm sending my safety guys at before 1 to 2. They will be present there to ensure that everything is taking place on the pneumatic pressure testing and it is happening in a safe way. Otherwise, work will not be able to proceed unless it is being done or my guys have gone out and verified that activity. Okay. And then also when there's like an interfacing or a situation where pressure testing is taking place in an area, they would say, okay, we're going to coordinate this activity and we are going to barricade the entire area off. So all personnel in that area from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock need to please move to a different area because of this pneumatic pressure test that's taking place with high pressure nitrogen. So everybody can plan around those activities. But also it helps us from a safety side to ensure that our resources are allocated accordingly. Our verification processes are done in advance so that you don't find an activity taking place at 2 o'clock and at 2 o'clock we've identified that there's no risk assessment for that job or there's no permit that's been applied for that job. All of those checks and verifications are done in advance to ensure that when the activity is planned to take place, there's no delays, there's no hiccups that are happening at that time. Okay. So that is that. Sorry. All right. So that is pertaining to the project execution. Now, what I'm sharing with you guys, I can tell you now, 90% of what I've shared with you all is all stuff that I've implemented myself through the years. And the reasons I did that was obviously because there was a lot of issues that we identified that were happening on the project, a lot of delays, a lot of poor communication, poor planning, especially from the contractor side. It was a mess, to be very honest with you guys. So this helped us a lot. And these were stuff that I implemented, and that's what I'm sharing with you all as well. Okay, so you all can utilize my samples, my checklist, my documentation. I am giving it to you all free of charge for all my years of hard work. So the next one that was also important was a 30-60-90 that I needed to share with you all. And then I'm going to share with you all the sample of a DSCI that I did. And how it worked and how it could also work for you all if you like to use it. And then we also, I'll share with you all some other documents like the weekly trends meeting and some improvement plan meetings as well that we had to implement on the job. So now we are at the stage of the execution of the project, and I think I shared with you all before discussion that I had with the team at Kins, where I told them to do improvement plans before they even started on the job. They were obviously quite amused for some of them, and some of them were not very impressed at all because it gave them a lot of extra work. But at the end of the day, everybody understood it once they implemented it, why I was asking for improvement plans from the beginning of the project. Before they even started working, I was already asking them for improvement plans because I had known that they were working in the same plants as us and they were having a lot of issues on falling objects and those things. So I wanted to see what were they going to do before they even started on the job, on how they were going to prevent it as a proactive approach and not a reactive approach. So I'm going to share with you on my screen again, and I'm going to share a few documents, right? So the first one that I'm going to share with you all is a 30-60-90, which helps you a lot with your planning as a safety professional. Okay, so this is a sample of a 2-week look ahead. So you have your 2-week look ahead process that helps you with your planning. So your trainings, your legal appointments, inspections, any trainings that were being conducted would be part of that. And then you go further into your 60-day. So you'd have your 2-week, you have your 30-day, you have your 60-day, and you have your 90-day. Okay, so that's now looking at your further planning in advance, 3 months in advance, that you're already planning ahead to ensure that there's installation of conduits that's taking place, what areas are happening in, what are some of the main hazards and comments, and what needs to be done or in place before that activity can actually start. DSTI, work permits, method statement, risk assessment, safe work procedures, etc. All of that needed to be done in advance before these activities were taking place. So this is how you would do your proper planning to ensure your 2-week look ahead was in place and your 30, 60, and 90-day look ahead. Can anybody tell me what they think would go on these 2-week look aheads and 30-day look aheads, 60-day and 90-day look aheads? What are some of the documents that they think would be on here, or what processes would be on here from our side to ensure that our planning was done in advance? Anybody? Okay, nobody. So examples would what would go on our 30, 60, 90-day look aheads would be audits, what audits were going to be conducted, in which areas those were conducted in, and all of that would have been parts of the process to verify in advance that your audit was conducted, what inspections were maybe conducted or planned to be done. If you were planning on doing an inspection, let's say on the containers or laydown area, any cranes or equipment that would needed to be inspected or that were expiring, all of that would go into your 30, 60, 90-day planning from a safety perspective, right, of what we would be doing. Then we would look at, I said I'm going to share with you the sample of a DSTI that I did, and how I feel it can help. And then I'm going to just quickly share the trends meeting with you guys as well. So this was my DSTI that I did. You might think, oh, okay, well, what can a DSTI have in it? What's so important about a DSTI? And I'll share with you why I felt that it was a nice one. Okay, so this was the shorter version of it. What I would do is, you can see from my, I call it site planning and delegation of activities. It would have obviously started with a process flow, with the toolbox talk being done in the morning, workers walking the area to identify any potential hazards within their work areas. The supervisor would then fill out this section here, complete it with all aspects that were applicable. And then when the guys would have identified any physical hazards that they would have found in the area, their name would have then been included. So for example, James identified these specific hazards in that area. Okay, there was an opening on the first floor that was identified by Gloria. Okay, so then from this side, what activities would have been applicable pertaining to the tasks that were being done for the day? So if they were doing hot work activity, yes. Was it high, medium, or low? No, it's only a medium activity. Was there lifting and rigging taking place? Yes, and yes, it was a high activity. Okay, was there scaffolding? No. Mechanical, coal work? No. Electrical? Yes, and then what it was as well. And then based on that, there would be a delegation of responsibility from the foreman or supervisor to the foreman's name. So who is delegated these responsibilities to from a foreman's side, and then from that, the employee's name and what were their job description according to their team that was working together. So normally your team would have about 5 or 6 people depending, and then those people's names and their job description would have been included in here next to their name. Then there was a verification that was done of the activities that were being done according to a specific time. There'd be a verification in the morning, signed off, second time verified and signed off based on the activity. So if there was something that was identified that needed to be done, the location that it was specified to was indicated. So for example, if Fabian is employee 1, the job description is a welder. So everywhere under 1 would be applicable to Fabian. Okay, that would mean the location where I'm working, the specific task that I'm performing is indicated as 1, 2, 3. And what was the safe making? So Fabian needed to ensure that cocooning was in place, that proper spark containment was in place, that the area was barricaded around his area. So that would have been the 1, 2, 3 activities. And then safe making activities would have continued for the other people that would have been under 2, under 3, etc. Okay, and then the full name of the employee, name and signature, they would sign it off, and the time that it was signed off once it was communicated, and then the second time it was then time signed if and when revised. If there was a revision on this activity, it would then be re-communicated and re-signed off. Okay, so this would have had to look at what it must be completed together as a group prior to the activities taking place. And then we had the relevant control measures if there was anything additional that was identified for Fabian to do, Gloria to do, James to do, Laurel to do, Shilaka to do, etc. would have been on. Okay, and then this was just the back section of the document where you looked at if there was any potential hazards that were identified from motion energy, mechanical energy, electrical energies, etc., and what would have been verified and done according to the potential hazard. Yes, yes, and possible control measures to alleviate that hazard of what they could have implemented accordingly. Right. What was nice about this was that a lot of it was just ticking the boxes to verify that these things were being done. Okay, it wasn't a physical thing of writing out all of this information. Okay, so this was the DSTI that I implemented, and I went a little bit crazy at times with certain things, I have to say, looking back at things now, but a lot of it was needed and it helped a lot. So you can see I even went as far as putting what equipment the guys would be utilizing, spanners, flogging spanners and those things, just to ensure that everybody understood, and they would have verified this according to the risk assessment based on what they would have ticked in the boxes and said, okay, so we're using a scissors lift. Do we have a risk assessment for our team? Has it been communicated? Has it been checked? That would have been what the check would have been done for. Okay, and that was the DSTI that I did. Okay. When it came to trend analysis, not trend analysis, excuse me, our trends meeting. So we would have also had our trend meeting. So this was an example of a trends meeting that we would have had. So that's just your sample of your minutes, that's your agenda. And then we basically looked at the deviations that were identified from the previous week, from week 42, which were the units that were applicable and what were some of the findings identified and who were the contractors. So based on these deviations that we identified, we could have picked up what were some of the alarming trends that we were starting to pick up and what needed to happen. So some activities needed recovery plans to be put in place. Some of them were simple stuff like we said, okay, let's just share a toolbox talk with the guys, informing them of some of the areas of concern that we've identified. And then when it came to some spot checks, what spot checks were we focusing on for the coming week for the activities? Okay, and then any positives that we identified, any recognition, yes, these were the ones that we identified and what was done. So this is where we will now identify from the trends that the guys would have been doing from the inspections, and they would have indicated it on a similar kind of a checklist, and then from that it would have given us the trend analysis. Okay, and that was our sample of our trends meeting that we would have had, that we would have, right? To look at the trends from the previous week and how can we reduce the trends to ensure that it is not a factor for the next coming week. So then obviously when we looked at also some improvement plans. I'll show you, I'll share with you all a sample of some improvement plans that I also had. So when it came to improvement plans, can anybody tell me when do they think that improvement plans would be a requirement? When is an improvement plan necessary? Can anybody share? When do they think an improvement plan is necessary? We got a very, very quiet day today. Shilaika, go ahead.
I think when incidents happen on site, then you'd look for something to try and prevent that.
Okay, good. Anything else you can think of why we would require improvement plans? Is it only for incidents that would be happening on site? If we think about the trends, sample of the trends that I showed you guys now for the meeting, were those only incidents that we had, or were they something else that our guys would have been identifying? What were they identifying? L'Oreal?
I would also, morning everybody, I would also go on, what can I say? Improvements, it's a wide variety, Fabian. We could improve on machinery, we could improve on PPE, we could improve on a lot of things. And as the other lady also said, like after an incident, improve our plans for drop objects, for received drop objects. Yeah. I don't know if I'm correct by saying.
All right, so good example as well. But what I'm also looking at is what would we be looking at to identify what we need to improve on? So Shilaika mentioned incident investigation or incidents that are happening. We will be able to identify what we need to improve on. But what other indicators would tell us that we need to improve on certain areas, or we're doing well in certain areas? So we would identify these from our inspections, from our site walkthroughs, from our deviations that we identify, or observations we identify, what are positives and what are negatives. So it's not always a thing of waiting for an incident to take place to say, okay, we need to improve on the area of, as you said, drop objects. We can identify from the trend analysis that we are identifying a lot of loose material being kept on scaffolds with potential items that could fall. Another thing would be from near miss reports. We are identifying a lot of near misses happening with falling objects, meaning that we need to improve on our housekeeping. We need to improve on our housekeeping at heights. We need to improve on our drop object improvement plan. So that would mean that we would need to implement a drop object improvement plan or falling object improvement plan. Okay. So that would have been an example of what we would be then doing. So from that, you would have, as I mentioned, your different improvement plans, and you would have implemented that accordingly. Okay. Another thing that I implemented, which was, or two things that I implemented that I wanted to share with you. One of them was pertaining to a worker dispatch area. So this is just an example of what I did, because we were working in an area that was very congested. A lot of SIMOPs taking place, some simultaneous operations taking place within that area. And we obviously needed to ensure that everybody was working safely, that there was not unnecessary activities taking place one on top of the other, or employees working on top of each other. So what we did was we created a dispatch area. Okay. Sorry, man. Why is this thing doing this to me now? Okay, so this would be a sample of the dispatch area. What I did was I created an area away from the site, the construction site. It was not very far away. It was fairly close walking distance. I had the scaffolding guys build basically a seating area where the guys could sit. And in that area, they would then be waiting for them to be dispatched to a specific activity. Now, sometimes your employees can be moved to another area because that there's work in that area. Other times they can't. So what happens is you got the scaffolding guys that need to come in and erect the scaffolding in an area. But in that same area, you got the piping guys, you got the mechanical guys and the electrical guys all working in that one area. So what do you do with those people? Those that can work safely in the area without having to be potentially be injured, etc., based on the scaffolding erection processes or scaffolding stripping process or modification, those would be allowed to continue working. Those that would be affected by those activities would then be moved from that area to the dispatch area, where they could then be called once the scaffolding guys are done with the activities. They would then come back to the site and they would be able to work. Okay, so that's basically what I did for the dispatch area. And again, this is just an idea that one can implement if and when required. You do not every project you're going to need a dispatch area, but some projects you may require a dispatch area for your teams. Okay, especially to manage around these activities that the guys will be performing on top of one another. And you don't want people being injured because of people working above one another at the same time. So there's other methods of what you can do. You can also implement your protection barriers or your scaffolding above the next layer, above the guys that are working below them, which is like a kind of a canopy that you can install to prevent any potential falling objects falling on the guys that are working below. So these are normally mitigations that you would put in place if you identify that simultaneous operations need to take place, but you need to still protect your people working below. One can also consider catch nets and those kind of things, especially for the larger equipment, that larger item materials, etc., that could fall onto people working below. Okay. Another one that I want to share with you all is a site safe declaration. So what I would do is I implemented this on my sites to ensure that my safety guys in the morning with the site superintendent would walk the area prior to the workers coming onto site. So they would look at specific things like barricading, scaffolding. Is it safe? Is it access done in accordance? Is it still valid based on the inspections that were needed? On the stairways, is there access for piping? Was it secured? Minimum of 4 bolts that were tied up on the piping. Mechanical, what was checked for grating openings, etc. Housekeeping, and then stacking and storage in that area. So based on the inspection that they would do in the morning, they would be able to indicate whether the site was safe for the workers to start working in the morning already. Okay, so in other words, I do not need to now wait for the contractor to come in at, the workers to come in at 9 o'clock, and then they identify that the gratings have been opened, that there's areas are not being barricaded off, and there's potential for people to fall through and die. So that means that work now needs to stop. If they're going in the morning already, they're identifying what areas the workers can start working in because it's safe, and what areas they can't. They would then indicate it on here, and then only once that was done and made safe would the contractor, our safety guy, stamp it off and allow them to proceed working in that specific area. Okay, so that was an example of a site safe declaration. Okay. So another important aspect that I also feel that needs to be discussed is with pertaining to your incentive schemes. All right. Very important as a safety professional to have a proper incentive scheme in place. Okay, or incentive plan. So my incentive schemes would have been similar to this. This was an example of one that I did that was called a Take Two for You campaign, which was basically take 2 minutes before you do anything. Take 2 minutes before you're going to perform an activity. Think about what you're doing. Look at the hazards around you. How can I affect somebody else? And I utilize the 2 fingers up like a peace sign, which would be then shared amongst each other. So if I identified somebody doing something wrong or unsafe, I would have picked up my 2 fingers for him and he would have understood that I'm saying, hey, my friend, take 2 minutes before you're doing your job because you're not thinking about what you're doing because you're now performing something unsafely. And these were just the statistics at the end. This was our finale after we had our complete stand down, our incentive scheme and our finale at the last finale meeting that we had. And this was just some pictures of how I set up the area with the contractors, areas where they would collect their bags, their KFC meals that we bought the guys, whatever incentives that we had given them to them. Okay, so this was just a sample. And obviously the theme was about sports, about it being a team player. So you can see on the last days, guys were allowed to come and dress up in their football teams that they supported, their rugby teams, etc. And just to come in and bring the whole theme around sports and how we would need to work together as a team. Okay, and you can see these are some of the incentives that we gave out, some big screen TVs. We spent a hell of a lot of money, to be honest with you, on these incentives schemes that we ran, but every one of them paid off. It was worth its weight in gold. So these were just some of the trophies that we gave to the guys that won, and the different certificates and awards and the amounts that we gave out. We gave guys laptops, and it was really a good incentive scheme. So I'm just saying, I'm sharing this as an example with you all. I've shared it in the pack that you can go through and have a look at and see if you like it. And you can obviously have something similar that you can implement if you want to use it as well. Okay, so these are my own ideas. So you're not going to get into trouble for anyone saying that you're stealing companies' activities or their own plans. This is all my stuff that I implement. So you're free to use it. So it's now 10 past 11. We'll be back at 10 past 12. Oh, sorry, in the next 5 minutes, excuse me. We'll be back at 11:16, and then we will go up until lunchtime. Okay, so you can have yours a 5-minute bio break. I'll see you back at 11:16. Thank you. Okay, so it's 11:16. Everyone should be back again. So yeah, what is important to remember as far as your incentive scheme is concerned is that you need to have a proper plan in place as to what your incentive scheme is about, what your themes that you are running as a safety manager or an agent as well, and what are you budgeting for that. So when you're talking to your management, you're talking to them about money and figures and stuff that they can clearly understand. Okay, you want to share with them your plan as far as your budgets is concerned for the year or for the project. What posters and banners you're going to utilize, what are you going to put up, how much is it going to cost you, etc. And all of that can then be shared with your management. So once they approve it, you shouldn't have any problems thereafter with them approving your budget, your safety budget, and that will ensure that you do not have any problems. Now, for me, why I actually started asking for a safety budget from my company, because before they never worked like that. I got tired of running into situations where I had to always feel like a beggar, going to ask the site managers or the project managers, etc., for money to be allocated to me or to my safety department or to the safety managers for any incentive schemes or any posters, campaigns, or anything that you wanted to do. You needed to first get approval from these guys. So what I did was I spoke to the senior management when I was in Germany. I knocked on one of the big manager's doors and I said, can I have a meeting with you? He said, no problem. And I sat him down and I explained to him what I wanted. And I told him basically, I said, I want money. And he laughed. He said, what do you want money for? I said, I need money for this, and that. And when I landed back in South Africa, a few weeks later, he contacted me and he said, okay, I'm approving you for so much money for each project per month for each safety department. So for an example, a budget of 20,000 Rand at that time, and you could basically do whatever you wanted to do, or your safety managers could do whatever they wanted to do with their 20,000 Rand that they were issued. And how they accumulated the money, that's what I actually did on one of the projects. Was I accumulated a lot of money, and at the end of the job, I had a couple of hundreds of thousands that I utilized, and we put that money together, and we had a huge end of the year function based on what we could give the guys, incentives, monetary incentives or vouchers. All of that was what we could do based on the money that was accumulated on the approval of the manager's budget that was given to me and my teams on the different projects that they were working on. Another thing that I feel that's also quite good to do is to ensure that your toolbox talk are being conducted by the supervisors and not done by the safety officers on your project sites. Supervision are responsible for conducting these, and it is good that your safety guys are participating, but they are not conducting the toolbox talk. Okay. Another thing that I did, which I feel is a nice thing to utilize or to do, is I had these live demonstrations. Okay, so let me just quickly see if I can find one for you guys. Okay, I'll just show you from one of these here that I have. Oh man, I think I deleted these from this one. Oh, okay, so I'll show you an example of it. I don't know when I did this. Must have been a few weeks back. I forgot that I actually deleted some of these videos. I was making some space, but I will show you a sample of it. I'll also share with you some YouTube videos that I uploaded with my live demonstrations. So what I basically did, just to explain, what I did was I called it Imagine It's Gone. Okay, so what I did was I had a different theme for different weeks, where I would have had, for an example, imagine your vision is gone. Okay, so I would then, what I would do is I would blindfold the guys. Let me just see if I can show you a sample. So I would have the guys blindfolded and making, for an example, a cup of coffee. Can everybody see my screen? Okay, so I would have these live demonstrations where we would have, for example, your cups in front of the guys, where they would come up and they would have to basically be blindfolded, and they would then have to make a cup of coffee. For an example, I would have a cold jug here with water, I mean a kettle, sorry, and I would have had a hot kettle. When they initially started it, they would feel it, they would touch it and think that it's a hot kettle of water. And when I blindfolded them, they would have then had the cold kettle placed over here, so obviously nobody's getting burnt. And they were blindfolded completely, and from that they needed to, for example, make a cup of coffee with specific instructions: 1 sugar, 2 sugars, 1 coffee, so much milk, etc. And you can see what they had to do and how they were doing it. So it was actually a very fun example, you know. But at the end of it, it was ask them the questions pertaining to what did they think it would mean to them, or how their lives would have been affected by them experiencing just making a simple thing like a cup of coffee after they had lost their eyesight. How would it affected them? How they needed to feel by putting their fingers into the cup. Okay, this is milk, this is coffee. How full do I need to pour it, etc. All of this now they would have had to learn from scratch, okay, within their lives. So all of these activities. All right, so that would have been for those activities of what you can utilize as well as a safety professional. And these are your live demonstrations. So these are just a few examples that I'm sharing with you all as to how you can make your demonstrations fun, how you can make it interactive, where there's an involvement and participation from the contractors, from the employee side, and how they actually feel like they are participating within your activity, within your safety programs that you are running, okay? Now, when we're looking at, for an example, from a safety management perspective, we need to look at your incident tracking for your trend analysis. We need to look at risk assessments and your risk assessment management of how your risk assessments are conducted, from your baseline risk assessment, your issue-based and your continuous-based risk assessments like your DSTIs. And then you also look at your work inspections. Okay, your work inspections, what you're identifying from your deviations, from your positive incentives, how you are incentivizing the people based on the observations that are done from the work inspections, where you are identifying some positives and the guys are getting spot incentives. So some spot incentives that we were issuing, for example, was like KFC vouchers, where the guys could go with that KFC voucher to any KFC within Secunda. I had made arrangements with the management of the different branches, where if any person came in with that voucher, they could then get a streetwise 2 with a cool drink and an ice cream as well, which we would have obviously paid for those specific vouchers from KFC management. And then once a person presented it at the KFC, they were then given that streetwise 2, a cool drink and an ice cream as well. Okay, so those were just some examples of some incentive schemes that you can run, what you run them for, how do you implement them, how do you monitor them, how do you track them, how do you monitor the effectiveness of these incentive schemes as well, is also very, very important. Okay, and then you're looking at action item tracking, from what activities the people are performing, how they're working, how they are being monitored and checked, and that we're going to touch on a bit with regards to your KPI processes as well. Any employee trainings that would have been conducted, and any employee qualification. Now, when it came to employee qualification, that's obviously an HR function and not a safety function. But we know that if we do not monitor what the the HR department is doing as far as employee qualification, competency verifications, and those things are done and properly done in place or put in place, we would ensure that we would not be able to ensure that we have a competent crew of people working on our site. And the reason why I'm saying this is that when we were conducting many of our more serious investigations, and we were digging deep into qualifications, competency, pre-verification of competent personnel from the assessments that needed to be done from a third party. We were identifying numerous cases of, for example, a boilermaker that was working on a site that was found not yet competent on certain things, but there was no follow-up and closeouts of the loop from the HR department to ensure that that person was sent again for a re-evaluation after they were told to do what they needed to do, come back and re-verify them, and then found that they were now found competent. But we were finding plenty of cases where people's CVs were not checked, were not verified. Their certificates were not valid or they were not verified. And people were working as boilermakers and foremen and supervisors, but yet they were not compliant. So what we did was, instead of us from a safety side going to audit the HR department, all we did was we requested our management to get our HR department from our company to go and audit the HR department from the other company to ensure that they were compliant. Okay, so these are all the type of aspects that you would implement from your side. You need to also think as well. You don't want to inundate yourself or your department with too much activities. So you need to also pass the buck when it comes to certain things. You just need to ensure that it's being done and being done properly, that there's a report that's being compiled that can be issued to you so that you can verify that the HR department, for example, is ensuring that employees are properly qualified and competent for the work that they are performing in the field. Okay. Another important aspect that many people don't like to discuss but must be understood is consequence management. Okay. Now, in consequence management, we look at various aspects of how we're managing our contractors. Can anybody tell me what are the tools that we can utilize as far as managing? Listen to my question. How are we managing our contractors as far as consequence management is concerned? What can we utilize? I'm not talking about the individual workers as yet. As far as consequence management is concerned, we're going to touch on that one afterwards. I'm looking at how would we manage our contractors as far as consequence management is concerned. What tools or devices that we have at our disposal that we can utilize to manage our contractors to keep them in check? Anybody?
Can I chance it? I know once I used the 37. Once I used the 37.2 agreement when I was having some issues with the subcontractor. So that document helped in the sense of, you always said I didn't get the specifications from the principal contractor. I said, but that's not my problem. That was part of your responsibility. And there's my 37.2 agreement where you had signed and said, I received an updated copy, but it was in part of my 37.2 agreement.
Good stuff.
I don't know.
That's an example, a good example of a document that you can utilize on how you ensure your company, your contractors are towing the line. That's a good example. What are the other documentation that we have or measures that we can take when our contractors are out of line? What can we refer to? What can we utilize? Okay, if we think about it from an NEC 3 perspective or NEC 4 perspective of the contractual arrangement, we have what is called an early warning system, okay, where we would issue the contractor an early warning, which is basically a contractual letter that states these are the concerns based on these, our early warning has been generated, it's numbered accordingly, and it is considered as official communique or official communication from us to the contractor. They can also in turn issue us early warnings as well, okay, or they will respond as well to our early warnings based on their response on the concern that is raised on the early warning. So example would be poor stacking and storage in an area that's not been rectified. Various emails have been sent out, various communications have been sent out in minutes of meetings, etc. Now we are taking it a step further by sending them an official early warning, which the next step would be either an NCR, which would be the next process that would follow, or we can initiate another company to come in and conduct the stacking and storage in a proper manner, and we will back charge that company accordingly. So you have various means of ensuring that your contractors toe the line. As I'm mentioning now, a few would be official communication through emails, strict early warning, what you call this, early warning letters that could be submitted through to their management. The next step you have in place that you can also do is an emergency meeting that you can call as an impromptu meeting based on the fact that your emails are not being responded to, your various requests or instructions are not being adhered to within your meetings, your meeting minutes are going week after week, and the items are not being rectified. You can then call an emergency meeting, and you can call senior management of that company to come through and attend a meeting with your concerns being laid out in front of you. And from that meeting, you would obviously require them to provide you with a proper action plan to ensure that things are being done and closed out accordingly. If that is still not in place, sometimes you would then have what we would call your NCR, and then you would issue the company with a non-conformance report indicating why you are issuing them this NCR and what they need to do in order to close out the NCR. On all our NCRs that we had to have senior management from the company coming out to present to our management as to how they were going to ensure that this was not being done again. If there was another NCR issued to that company on a similar issue or concern, the next level would go up to director, and lastly, we would then contact the CEO of the company to come in and to conduct a presentation to our management with regards to the closeout of the specific issue. But obviously, you're not going to escalate minor stuff to that level. You're going to look at it based on what you're identifying and say, hey guys, we're identifying a trend here that the contractors are not, the contractor management on site are not heeding to our warnings. We've warned them on numerous occasions. We've had emergency meetings. We've called your senior management. Nothing's still being done. We now are escalating it even further. Now, some companies with NCRs, there is monetary deductions that affect bonuses and all of that as well. Once they are getting a lot of NCRs that they are achieving, that they are receiving from a specific company or client. Sometimes senior management are affected by these NCRs as well, that can have an impact on their bonuses personally, you know. So they are very, very stringent when it comes to ensuring that they are not issuing any NCRs from their clients. Okay, so these are the type of tools that we can utilize. As I mentioned, your early warning letters, your minutes of meetings for specific issues that have been raised and have not been closed out. You can then go as far as emergency meetings being called with senior management You can then also have NCRs issued to them with requiring presentations of their senior management to your company senior management. And then you can also back charge them for work that's not been done or something that's not been done that they're supposed to be doing. And you can give it to another company to do it and back charge them for the cost for that. And obviously, many a time as well, it's not a few rands, it's quite an expensive exercise that they end up seeing and saying, hey, we're losing money here. Let's make sure that our work is being done properly. So that is a consequence management as far as the company is concerned. As far as the individuals are concerned, what are the discipline? I'm giving you all the answers already. What other examples can be utilized? So I see Shalika's put on the chat here, draft warning letters. Okay, so that's the obvious ones as well. Yes, thank you, Shalika, you are correct. We can issue them with warning letters, whether it be a verbal warning first, a first warning, second warning, and a final written warning. And our last resort is now to get a person in that is really blatantly not wanting to toe the line, not willing to work in a safe manner with the team. We've done all our part to retrain that individual, to coach them, and then obviously the last step in the consequence management would be the removal of that individual or that team from the project. Okay, I say it because for me, it should really be your last activity that you're going to do, to say, last thing that you're going to resort to say, I'm removing this person from site. Through the years, initially when I started, I was one of those people that I didn't have a problem to fire people and remove them from site without even thinking twice. As you grow, as you mature, you think about people's lives, their families, and how things can be so easily affected by somebody losing their job. And you understand that people do sometimes make mistakes, as I mentioned within my training for my incident investigation section. You learn from me quite a lot with regards to the psyche and looking at slips, lapses, and mistakes as well. But as I said, from a last perspective or last resort that we're going to get to is going to be to remove that person from the site. Okay, that's now consequence management. Now we're looking at managing the teams. Okay, managing teams. How do we manage the teams? Now, what I did was, which I touched a little bit on my presentation that I shared with you all as far as the activities for my guys were concerned. But what I also did was I gave them, I'm going to share with you all some examples, but I'm going to talk you through what I did. So I had a great team of people consisting of HSE managers, deputy managers, some safety officials, junior safety officials, safety watchers, and also safety administrators. Excuse me, I just want to drink of water. And I can tell you all, this is my first years of working there, how I was a heartless, egotistical maniac, and I was actually not a good person to work for. As a boss at the time, I had pleasure in seeing my people crying at times and making them upset because of what how they worked, and I was that kind of a person. I had no problem in making my grown guys and ladies cry because of how I was as a boss. I later changed. What I can say from my own perspective, my experience was God changed me. And how I started becoming a better person and being more sympathetic to people and having more empathy and truly caring for people, was what I learned from my experience in my life. And I think a lot of it was why I was the way I was because I was treated that way from many of my bosses. So I felt it in myself that that's the way that I needed to treat my people. And as I said to you, that I learned this eventually, seeing that no, I needed to treat my people with love and with respect and care, and that I in turn created a family environment around my people that worked with me. So I was the father figure for them and the more coaching figure within the team, and how I started building on my team on how we would work together. What I also did was I used an old audit template, which I had, I included, so I removed all the documentation verification processes, which I would have obviously done, or my safety managers would have done during the audit process. And I only kept the physical aspects of what my safety officers needed to verify and check for. And what I did was I split it up into days of the week. Let me just quickly see if I can find it for you. So yeah, what I would do is I would have so this was what I called a physical checklist. So what I did was I split it up into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to Sunday, because some of the activities that my guys performed was also done on Sundays as well, where I rotated my people. Okay, so on a Monday, for an example, the guys would have checked mobile cranes. They would have identified the rigger as easier. Can we identify him on his hard hats or his reflective vest? Is the work area barricaded? Is there no overhead lifting being conducted? Guide ropes are being used. So this is an example of what my guys would have checked for on a Monday, my safety officers, okay? Tractor trailers, fuel-driven machines, generator sets, any Bowsers, welding, all of that, right? And then they would have listed any positives that they would have found here, and positives and negatives, okay? And then they would have done the same on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Besides the verification of this or the inspections that were conducted, can anybody identify what do they think would be the benefits of utilizing something like this for your team, for your safety team? Can anybody tell me what they feel would have been a benefit of doing something like this? Anybody? Okay, so the obvious reasons for it being is that the safety guys were having a checklist that could guide them so that there was nothing that was missed when they were conducting their inspections and walkthroughs. The other benefits of this, which they only realize at a later stage, the guys used to be frustrated with me. I had an open relationship with them. As I told you, eventually I started changing my approach and I became a nice person, a likable person. And a boss that they wanted to work with. And eventually I had the teams that they could open up to me and tell me what were some of their frustrations, even with some of the things that I wanted them to do and implement. And many of them complained about the physical checklist because they felt it was taking up quite a bit of their time. But I made them do it within certain times within the day when they were not too busy. You know, so I'd say, okay, go out at, let's say, at 1 o'clock after lunch from 1 to 2, do your inspections. Even if you're doing it on 3 cranes only on this Monday, you know next week you're going to do the other 3 cranes in your area, you know. So that's how I had them to structure it in such a way that every piece of equipment was being inspected and verified by them, but they could do it over a longer period. I didn't expect them to inspect 20 cranes on one Monday, because obviously that would have taken them their whole day to do. Or I would have split it up between them and say, okay, Wayne, you can conduct those 3. Paul, you can conduct those 3. Richard, you can conduct those 4. Brendan, you can conduct those 4. That's how we did it. And that's how we made sure that all the equipment was verified within a month, at least, to ensure that there was nothing that was expired. There was no major findings that my guys would have picked up. But the other advantage of the physical checklist, why it was so important as well, was because Eventually, the safety guys could go up to a crane and inspect that crane without even looking at a checklist. Why? Because it was so drummed in them as to what they were inspecting and what they were looking for, that eventually they could conduct inspections with me on site, walking with them to the areas and saying, okay, when you started with me as a safety officer and you had to go and conduct an inspection on a diesel generator, did you know what you needed to look for? And majority of the times the guys would say, no, I knew one, I knew two, I knew three items. But by the time they were conducting that physical checklist over a couple of months, when I would walk to them to the generator and say, okay, show me what you're looking for in this generator during your inspection, they would be able to call out everything: drip tray in place, earth spike implemented, a generator, what you call this, drip tray in place, fire extinguisher installed, signages installed, etc., etc. They would be able to come to a generator and tell me everything that needed to be done without even having to look at a piece of paper. They did not need the checklist anymore. So what I did was, I told them, stop doing the checklist, but make sure that you are verifying the stuff, because if I come to your area and you can prove to me that there has been no verification of these things being done, or I'm having findings in your area, then obviously we're going to resort back to the checklist. So that's the way that I worked with the guys, so that they could understand what was the purpose of me implementing this physical checklist for them. And many of them saw the results or saw the positive side of it at a later stage, when they could actually now understand why they needed to conduct the physical inspection in the way that they did. Okay, so another thing that I would also do was I would have a sit down with my senior team. Once a week at least, I would sit down. When I was working, for example, at Kusile, I would sit down with my senior guys on a weekly basis. Sometimes I would sit with them on a daily basis, depending on what activities the guys were doing, what was critical, and they needed to give me feedback with regards to what the guys were doing within the site. So sometimes I would sit with them on a daily basis. As I said, it would most probably only be my senior team of guys, whether it be 3 people for the different units that they were running, and they would give me feedback based on their team's performance and if there was any major concerns. When it came to the weekly meeting, I would normally have a weekly meeting with the entire team, and I would also allow them to give me any feedback, any concerns, any positives that they picked up for the week, that the guys would sit together. And it was also a time that we could share a meal amongst each other. And it was a real time for bonding. So we maybe buy some finger snacks or platters of different bites. Sometimes it would be pizzas, etc., that we could sit together, have a meal, and we could talk amongst each other. Okay, and that was also what I would consider as a heart-to-heart session that I would have had with them. What I also did was, and it's something that for me is vital, in order for you to manage your team, you need to be able to monitor their performance. How are they working? What are some of the tools that we could utilize to monitor our teams? Can anybody share with me how they would monitor their teams of safety officers under them, or safety managers if you're a senior manager? How would you manage your team? What's one of some of the best ways that you can manage your teams? Anybody? Okay, so now I'm going to share with you what you can do to manage your teams quite well. So this was one example that I used as far as your checklist is concerned. Okay. Another one that I utilized is my activities, according to the activities that the guys were performing, okay, which I shared with you. All right, and I would sit on a weekly basis with them, and I could be able to identify based on the updating of the stats and information. Was it done? Was it done by 9 o'clock? No, it was not done. So obviously I know that this individual did not perform that function according to the plan. Okay, and then I would obviously be able to call them in and reprimand that specific person for that outstanding activity. Another one that I would have done, utilized, is a KPI system. Okay, now two ways of doing it is I would have had the person's name information on there, and this would have been the person's photograph with who they were, what area of responsibility they were responsible for, their phone number, the channel on the radio that they were utilizing, and then the location and the responsibilities, as well as the schedule of when it needed to be done. Okay, so this would have been what I would have shared with them based on the agreement that I had, that this is what they needed to perform. And then there was a verification to ensure that these things were done. My senior guys would have gone out and verified these. And then based on those, I would have a KPI system, key performance indicator of system based on that person's name, based on the project, based on the month. I would be able to identify, okay, DSTI, was it in compliance? Yes, it was. No, it wasn't done on this day. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't done on that day. And at the end of the day, the tally up will come across, and then it will be able to tell me based on what was planned, what was actual, and then it would be able to give me a indication of a percentage. And from that, from the daily activities, and for 1 year, I'm just giving you an example. Supervisor file inspection, yes, it was done once. No, it wasn't done. No, it wasn't done. Yes, it was done. So based on this activity for file supervisor inspections for a weekly basis, and it was not verified. So the compliance on this would have been 2. Sorry, it would have been 2. And that would have meant that this person was only 50% compliant. Okay, so on the other activities where there would have been 100% compliance, that would have been in a green, for an example. And then at the end, I would have been able to identify based on this person's performance, that this person performed after all the division and calculation that was done, their performance was at a 60% compliance. Okay, sorry. And then from there, I would know your performance was poor. I need to call the specific person in, and I need to have a word with them based on their performance. Okay, so this would have been an example of a one that was completed and filled out accordingly, and it would have been indicated on here with your X's, and it would have had your percentage wise for performance at the end. So based on all of these that were done for the month, we could have verified that this person's performance was on an 83%. Okay, so those that were in the 98% would have obviously been good. There was minor discrepancies, 98s, 94s, etc. were in the green. Then we start going into the 79s, below the 80s, we started to go into yellow, and that now start becoming the dangerous area. So you can see there was my legend here, and how I monitored and how I checked my people accordingly. So this is what we would call your KPIs, your key performance indicators. Okay, and that's how you can monitor your performance of your team. Okay, so that's now your key performance indicators and how you would monitor your team. As I said, depending on the amount of people that you have, sometimes it's hard to have a meeting with everybody available. Sometimes it's difficult to have a meeting with your entire team because if you have large teams of 50, 60 safety people working for you, it's not as easy as you have with a smaller team of 2 or 3 safety officers or admin working for you as well. So you obviously have to identify what works best. Sometimes you have to work it with a hierarchy process where you would have a meeting with your seniors that are working for you, and then they in turn would have a meeting with their subordinates below them, and they could have a meeting with their subordinates as well. As long as the information is properly clear and shared with them, and then everybody can clearly understand what you are expecting of them to do. Okay, so sometimes, as I mentioned, you can have your meeting with them once a week with the entire team. Other times you can have your smaller teams, because a lot of the time as well, you also don't want to unnecessarily pull your people off site, because we know what happens on those sites. When the safety person is off site for an hour, 2 hours, etc., the guys start doing their own things in the field. Once your company safety culture is at a level that you can leave them on their own, then you can start pulling your teams off site to have meetings, because you know that you can trust your supervisors and your workforce that they will not now start breaking rules because your safety people are off site. Another way that you can also have it is that you can have a separate meeting with your one team from, let's say, maybe unit 1, unit 2, unit 3. You can call unit 1 off site, have a meeting with them, and then once they're back on site, then you will call your unit 2, and then once the unit 2 team is back on site, you can then call your unit 3 with any concerns. Because sometimes you'll identify that there's different things that you pick up within the different units as well. So not all the findings and the issues will be exactly the same. So that's why it's good that you manage it accordingly to your specific units that you are working on. Sometimes you might have 6 units that you are responsible for, and how are you monitoring, how are you isolating the issues that you're identifying in each unit, and how you are mitigating those specific findings in those units as well. Okay. So yeah, also important is that you ensure that your people are properly trained. You need to explain to them what they are responsible to do. I shared with you all the samples of the process flows that I implemented that I feel work very well. People don't want to read pages and pages of procedures, but they can easily understand a process flow and what they are supposed to do within the process flow. From that information on the process flow, that will go into your KPI, and then you will be able to monitor them according to that, to identify whether they are performing well or whether they are underperforming. If they're underperforming, you can have a word with them, a chat with them. Sometimes you need to get HR involved if their performance is not improving. And sometimes, unfortunately, you need to let people go that are not willing to work with you and your team. But again, that's your last resort that you need to go to. Okay. What I would also do is that I used to give my safety guys a chance to have a specific topic that they would share with them, whether it be in a stand down or whether it is in a mass toolbox talk. I will give each one of them an opportunity to share a topic, share a demonstration, whatever they would want to do, and to do that in front of everybody in a mass stand down setting. You got to get through the butterflies and the nervous feelings, etc. So you would have them being exposed to those kind of settings, so that when they are managing their own sites one day, that they are not nervous to communicate to large crowds of people. Okay. Some other things that I would also do that I felt was also beneficial was I would have a safety test for my safety guys, as well as for anyone else that wanted to participate in this program that I was running. So what I would do was I would share certain material. So for an example, I would have certain procedures, the SHE plan, the specification of the client or our specification as well. And I will have that as reading material that I would place in a specific area. And anybody could come at a certain time and they could read that material. Now, what I would do is that I would tell them what I was setting a test on. Let's say this week we were doing a test on lockout and tag out. So everything pertaining to the specifics on lockout and tag out, I would then set an exam for them. And anybody could come in and write the exam during the lunch period for 30 minutes out of the hour. They could come in and write the test, and then based on the person that gets the highest test marks out of that exam, that person would then win a safety course at NOSA or IRCA or one of those. And what happened was we had people coming in that were general workers, that were safety representatives, that used to come in and write these tests, and they would win it, and that would help them to assist them to get better positions in their jobs and also upskill them. So that was something that I implemented with my management, and they were quite supportive of that as well. So it was helping people to get upskilled. So a guy that wanted an incident investigation course from a CETA accredited company for the day they wanted, they would be able to go for that day. They're getting a nice meal from that company as well. It's a day out of work, and it's also allowing them to learn and to improve on their safety due to these courses that they were attending. Okay. Another thing that I would do is also I would bring my safety officers down from the site to come in and assist with certain documentation. So what I would do is that I would have a roster in place that my admin would put in place and indicate to them on a Monday from this time to this time, I want whoever, Joseph, to come down from site, or Miriam, or whoever would come down at a specific time, and there was a specific activities that I had planned for them to do in their area. So I would have a computer set up for them there. A safety would come down from site, and for an hour, they need to review a risk assessment or compile a risk assessment for an activity. So what I was basically doing here was my safety guys, especially the guys working, I don't want to mention names, working on a couple of the ESCOM projects for certain companies, were basically glorified safety representatives because they were not doing any documentation. They were not doing any risk assessments. They were not reviewing any risk assessments. They were basically to stand there on site and monitor the people, what they're doing, correct a problem when you find a problem, and get the people to do what they need to do. They were glorified safety representatives when I first came to that company. And I changed all of that. I gave them more responsibilities. I gave them more safety officer requirements that they needed to be performing, inspections, proper reviewing of documentation, reviewing of risk assessments in the field, verification, all of that were being done. And then there was also the documentation side of it on the computer and the physical filing of documents that I had them come down to do, so that they were not getting rusty. You know, working on a specific site for months on end, and you're not doing a risk assessment in the past year. So those guys would start getting rusty when it came to them compiling a risk assessment. So what I implemented was this system, and it gave everybody a chance to continue and work as safety officers should be working, as far as the full package of a safety person, not just doing one part of the risk of a safety officer in the field, and everything else started lacking accordingly. All right, so important as a manager, you need to learn and you will read your people from what you identify from them, when they need to be commended, when they need to have a small pride. You know, as your team, you can have a pride together or a meal together. You're going to identify these things as you are growing as a manager. You start learning and reading from your people as well, and saying, hey, my guys are getting a little bit frustrated. Let me put something in place so that I can alleviate some of their stress. Or some of the guys are starting to bicker with each other. Hey, I think it's time for a team building session to happen with them. You know, so these are all parts of how you're managing your teams to ensure that you keeping your team together as a family, that you don't ignite internal fightings amongst each other. You are there to extinguish certain things that you're identifying as fights or internal fights or team bickering and those kind of things, that's something that you need to learn as a manager and as a as the father or mother figure in your team. You will be able to identify, hey, there's a concern here, and how do you manage it will be up to you in that regard, right? As I said, there's many ways of doing it. You can have a prize. Sometimes it's just some finger snaps around the table. Sometimes you identify who is this bickering between, and you signal out those two. Maybe you say, hey, let's go out for a meal or go out for a drink if you drink. You know, those kind of things is what you do. Let's go play some pool together after hours. And that's how you can break down certain boundaries and certain issues between your team. So some activities you can resolve on site or within your working environment, and some things you can also resolve after hours as well. Okay. Something that I always tell everybody to do is to maintain a proper open door policy with your team. You need to play that role within their lives where you can chastise them as well as commend them for what they are doing right and when they are doing well. You need to be able to identify those signals, those triggers, okay? You are there to play the role as mother and father to your team to ensure that they are working in a correct manner where you are managing them accordingly. So these are traits and techniques that you will learn as you are going through the process through the years. It's not something that I can tell you that this will be the best way to deal with this situation. You're gonna learn it as you are experiencing it and as you are going through the process. Sometimes you're gonna find this thing is not working with my team. Maybe I need to do something different, and you're gonna try something different until eventually you figure out what is the correct medicine for that team to work and function accordingly. I've mentioned as well with regard to the teams, the meetings that you can have with them, and in your KPI systems, what else? So yeah, that's basically covering you as far as managing your team is concerned, how you can manage them accordingly. When you are identifying people that are blatantly not willing to work with you and your team, you have to then get HR involved, you have to sometimes get management involved, and eventually you sometimes have to remove people, you know. Sometimes you have to identify when people are going to be put off from the team, and you need to start identifying some of those rotten apples within your team, and sometimes you have to get rid of those people. If it's working on a LIFO system, last in, first out, then obviously you have to manage the people with best as you can with the people that you have. But sometimes you're not forced to follow a LIFO system. If you are removing people or sometimes even having to fire people because of them not willing to work with you and your team as well. Okay, now when it comes to, it's now 12:10. Anybody in agreement you want to have a lunch now, or you want to have yours lunch at 1 o'clock? What's better for you? 1 o'clock, I mean now for a thumbs up, or 1 o'clock for a hands up out of the three of you? Let's vote on it. Thumbs up for now, 12:1. Okay, so everyone's agreeing now for lunch now. Okay, no problem. So it's now 12:11. We'll be back at 13:11, and then we'll conclude with the balance of the session for the next hour until 2:30. Okay, so I'll see you guys back here at 1:10. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 1 minute, 13:14 now. Hope everybody's back from lunch. Hope you all enjoyed your meal. Okay, so we're going to continue now for the last about an hour or so that we have left. So I hope that we can get through all of this within the time allocated, but let's do our best. I'd like to finish by 2:30, so that's 1 hour and 15 minutes more. Okay, so the next part of the documentation of the training section, we're looking at the project monitoring and control phase. Now, as safety professionals, what we would utilize to monitor and control would obviously be, as I mentioned, would be the KPIs previously, and then we also look at some trend analysis within that, and then with the controlling of it as well would also be the monitoring of the implementation to ensure that the implementations are done of a high caliber. So when it comes to auditing, that's the next slide or next part of it that I'd like to share on. So now we're looking at audits, okay? Now, all my audits I have previously done and I explained within these specific aspects, right? So the request, we request the client's audit protocol. Now, let me explain this now. What do I mean by this? When you start on a project site, you will ensure that you have the audit protocol of the company or client that you are reporting to. From the audit protocol, you will be able to conduct your own, what we would call a self-audit, okay? Now, what I normally do is when it comes to conducting self-audits is that I would compile my file according to the specific client requirements of the file. So there would be two aspects, right? There would be two aspects. The one aspect of it would be compilation of the file based on the client's audit protocol. So if section 1.1 speaks about the sheet plan that needs to be signed and in a file, then you would have proof of that section in that audit file that the sheet plan has been signed and it has been, that it's available for usage. Okay, so that it is visible for anybody that's going through the file under section 1.1. If it's asking for the sheet plan being approved, you make a photocopy of the approval page of the sheet plan from the client side, and you would add it under section 1.1. If 1.2 is saying to you that you need to have a policy in place, then you would have this, the policy in place in that section of the sheet under the audit for that audit protocol. Now, the sheet plan, okay, once we've done that part, we will then, what we would do is then we would conduct an audit on ourselves to ensure that whatever the criteria is of what the client is looking for would be inputted in the file. Now, you can do the same with your own company audit protocol as well. If you are getting audited from your head office, what you can do is request the audit protocol from them and you follow exactly the same process. Section 1.1 is talking about baseline risk assessment approved and in place. You would have under section 1, there's your baseline. Section 1.2, baseline communicated to all parties. You will have proof of communication to all parties via an email, via a attendance register, and you would add that into your section under 1.2. 1.3 is talking about what else? Method statements to be in place for all activities. You have your method statement register, and you can have samples of your method statements as well if you want to. But most of the time you can also refer, especially if your method statements are thick, you can refer to that section in your file for your method statements. But in general, I like to try and get everything into the file so that if a person comes and audits you, you can hand them that file, and literally you can even leave that person to audit you and go. I used to do that with one of my safety managers from head office when I was in Ghana. He used to come there to the site to conduct an audit on me. I used to compile the file before he used to come to the site, leave him with the file and go to site, and I should tell him, call me when you're ready to do the site physical verification. And then he would call me when he was done, and then we would go and do the physical site inspection. And then he would include that into his findings if there was any findings from the audit. So that's it in a nutshell as far as audits are concerned, to ensure that you have the best quality audits that you can get would be ones that you know that you are well prepared for. One of the worst things that a safety professional can do is if somebody comes to come and audit them, that they are running around like a headless chicken looking for documentation. I don't know where's this, I don't know where's that. Or I think it's over here. Let me just go and verify and check. And that's one of the worst experiences that you can have as far as auditing is concerned. So in the like manner, in the way that I'm teaching you guys now, and I'm explaining what you can do to make it better, you can do the same with your subcontractors as well. Require them to compile their audit file according to the protocol, and then you can come in and audit them. And once you know that everything is in place, there will be some specific activities that are continually monitored. Okay, registers, checklists, updating of risk assessments, whatever. Those things would be your examples of what would be updated more or less once a month. Okay, so that you can go back and re-verify those within your audits that are being conducted. But that would be exactly the same process that you would utilize for your own audit that's being done from either your client or from your head office as well. Okay. Now, another thing which is important to have is to ensure that you get somebody to come in and conduct a legal compliance audit on. Now, you can utilize companies like Legricon and others that do a similar process, where they would come in and conduct a proper legal compliance audit on you within the OSHA basic conditions. And I think those are the main ones that they really focus on. I think Equity Act and stuff as well, they might also include. But this is an advice that I give to most of my trainees and most of my subcontractors and personnel as well, is that it's always better to get in a professional company that specializes in these kind of audits. Okay, that they can come in and give you a sanitary view as to where your company is at as far as legal compliance is concerned. Because what we think is legal compliance and what these guys come in and verify and check for on legal compliance is chalk and cheese. Okay, so what else can I advise you guys on as far as audits are concerned? Another important one to have is pertaining to your system audits, especially if you are on a 45,001 or 14,001, is to have somebody come in, which is from a professional body, auditing body, to come in and conduct a gap analysis audit on you. So they would come in and they would identify any gaps within your system. They would advise you based on the report that they've identified. And from that, you can go back and fix the gaps. And you can, if you are not yet an accredited company or certified company, excuse me, you can contact them to come through after you fixed all the issues, and they would come in and conduct a certification audit on your company. So these are all the outside or third-party examples of what can also help you to also give you a proper third-eye review. Okay, so that's important. Another thing is what I would suggest is that you use your strongest employees when you are conducting audits. If you are not conducting the audits for your team and you are delegating certain activities to certain people, then identify your strengths of your people from your SWOT analysis that you conduct. And from that, you'll be able to share with them your strengths that you've identified within them and utilize those specific people for those areas where that they are stronger in. Okay, so for those that are better in auditing, you utilize that person, and you can always use the person that's a bit weaker to accompany the person that's stronger, so that that person that's weaker can also be upskilled and improve in that area as well. I think we all need to understand that we all started off at the bottom at some stage within a part within our lives, even within our our own careers as safety professionals, we were not all good at everything. So we had to learn certain things, and certain things took longer for us to learn than others. So that's just another tip that I want to give you guys as far as utilizing your people's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, as well as the threats within your team as well, to upskill everybody that they are at a professional level. So from my side as well, I always say attend at least the opening and closing parts of the audits, especially if you are a senior manager. It's good that you show your participation from the beginning and that you come in at the end to also come in and listen to what were the findings and what were some of the recommendations to fix these findings, okay? And then as I mentioned, attend at least one audit every 2 months or 3 months so that you are not seeming that you are uninterested in the audit process. Okay, and from a senior management perspective, review the executive summary documents before it is issued to the contractor and to your management, and go through the audit for any spelling, grammatical errors, and anything else that you feel that needs to be rectified. Okay, very important. Another important aspect is ensuring that there is a proper follow-up on the outstanding items that are done, and you need to monitor and review those actions. Now, I think I mentioned with regards to the investigations, I will also share with the next point as well. But it is important that you monitor your action plans and the contractor's action plans, and that you ensure that they keep to their dates. If a date is specified that they would complete it by a week, and it goes over another week and they still haven't closed it out, you need to start intervening at certain time to identify and say, hey, there's a problem here. We need to ensure that this is now fixed as far as the audits are concerned. So again, request the audit protocol, or if you haven't received it from your clients, compile your audit file according to the protocol, keep it within the same numbering sequence, etc. And do the same for your own internal company audit protocol. Okay, very, very important, helps you a lot, and you would really, really look extremely professional when you do it in this way. Then you're not looking like you're running all over the show, looking for documents within your systems. You've already prepared yourself in advance, and that everybody is happy. You'll see even the client, that's the person that's auditing you, will give you a good report. Next, we're looking at investigations. Now, important is that all investigations must be investigated. The less serious ones, you can delegate them to your subordinates. You can ask them to do a flash report, conduct the investigation with an action plan, and include any findings into the lessons learned, okay? From the lessons learned must be shared with all personnel and including your contractors, your clients, and other project sites as well, that the information is cascaded to everybody and disseminated to everybody, that everyone can learn from what were the issues that were identified from the investigation findings, okay? All serious investigations must follow the following sequence to ensure that they are being properly investigated and that there's a thorough approach as to how you are conducting these investigations. Now, obviously, I'm not going to go into all the full detail. The other investigation training that I offer is also a full day's training course where I go into a lot more detail and a lot more information pertaining to incident investigations. But I'm just giving you an overview as to what you need to consider for these investigations, okay? So first things first, we need to ensure that our area is barricaded where the incident has taken place. We will need to ensure that photographs and videos are taken on the scene, okay? Try and preferably have it done as soon as possible. If you have to apply for permits from clients, etc., please do so in a timely manner so that when the scene has been tampered with, or there's equipment, etc., that's been moved, that you have a proper understanding as to what was happening, what was where. Now, if you cannot take photographs in the area, get somebody that can draw and let that person come in and do a drawing as well for you of the scene. So make sure that all witnesses and the injured person, if possible, are immediately interviewed to find out facts where possible, to ensure that the people are calm, they're well relaxed, and that you get the information from them fresh off the press. Any reasons why we want to get the information from them as soon as possible? Can anyone share? Can anyone share why we would want to get the reports, the witness statements from the guys as soon as possible? Okay, so the obvious reason there is that we want to get the information before the guys can go back and start changing their stories, okay? Now, many times you identify within incident investigations, this is a common occurrence, that people start lying because they want to start covering up. Companies start lying, the management start lying. It happens, it's something that you pick up quite often after incidents have taken place. So as fresh as the information is, that's the most plausible answer or plausible truth that you're going to find before people have a chance to go and sit down together and start putting their own stories, twist to the stories. You know, then you're getting his truth and her truth and his lies and her lies. So the best thing to do is get the information as soon as you get to the scene, try and get the witnesses available, put them into a nice aircon room with separated from each other, and let them write down their statements, or you can let them dictate the statements and you get somebody to write it down on their behalf. Okay? Even with the injured party, sometimes if a person's not injured too badly, you can get a safety officer to accompany them to the hospital, and you can even get them to do a statement at the hospital if they're not in too much pain, etc. You can also assist in that regard. Okay. Ensure that all material, PPE, equipment, etc. is stored safely or bagged and tagged. Sometimes you need to conduct some testing as well to confirm and to debunk certain statements. So anything that you need to verify and check for, certain things you can test. Like if a circuit breaker was not working, somebody can come in and test that circuit breaker to see was it working or was it not working. Based on the inspections that were done, based on the testing that is done, what is the outcome? All right. When it comes to bagging and tagging, you're looking at like items like PPE, any tools or small materials, etc., that were utilized in the time of the incident to ensure that it is bagged, and that would be kept as your evidence for your different exhibits that you'll be able to look at. So another example would be looking at if a person says that they were injured, they were wearing gloves, you would look at the inside of the glove to see if there's any blood or any nail or finger, any tissue, etc., that could be left within the glove itself. So that's something that you'd also look for within to identify whether that person is telling the truth or not. And you'd also look at specific things like, is there any damages, is there any indents, is there any markings on the specific PPE or equipment or tool, etc., that would be able to identify whether that person was struck with that device, or were they wearing the PPE when at the time that they say that they were really injured. Okay. Very important is to conduct a preliminary investigation where you're going to look at what facts were found, what are the next steps and actions that need to be taken, who is going to conduct those next steps, and then you can obviously then communicate to management, clients, and sometimes family members if required. If a person is injured to an extent where they've been hospitalized, somebody needs to phone the family and let them know that this is the story. Or if a person has unfortunately died on an accident on the site, you need to have somebody that can phone their management, preferably go there to their family in person, and then explain to them what happened to the individual. Okay. What we also need to ensure is that we can arrange for all the required documentation to be available immediately or within a few hours to prevent people from creating or fabricating documents. Very, very important step is that what we find a lot of the time, you find people that will go back and fabricate a risk assessment or fabricate that it was communicated to the workforce, etc. So what you would preferably do is you would get them to provide you with the documentation as soon as possible. And the reason is that is obviously because we don't want them to fabricate documents being in place that were not in place at all. Okay. Another important aspect when it comes to investigation is that you need to arrange the full investigation in advance and ensure that a meeting invites are sent out to all the required attendees. Okay, send it out officially, as I'm sure you're already doing. Send it out as a meeting invite and ensure that all parties are present. Let the people accept the meeting in advance and ensure that those people are present for that investigation. Okay, arrange the full investigation as I mentioned in advance and ensure that everybody that needs to be in attendance will be there, including senior management at times that you need to invite. Another very important aspect is utilizing a great template which makes the investigation process simple. Okay, your investigation template is key. If you're utilizing a very nice, like a root cause analysis technique, or what else? Your root tap root, sorry, your 5 whys, those kind of techniques that you can use, or your Ishikawa diagram, those will all help you to identify your root causes and to put proper measures in place. Another thing that's also very important before your investigation meeting happens is to scrutinize all the required documentation for that activity. So make sure that you have your notes, make sure you have your prepared questions. All of that you will ensure is in place before that investigation meeting takes place. Okay? Always start the meeting, if you're chairing it especially, start the meeting explaining to everybody that this is a fact-finding investigation process. And we don't want people to be telling lies, because if we suspect people are telling lies, then we are going to request for polygraph testing as well. Those are also things that you can utilize. Firstly, you don't want to threaten the people and make them scared. I'll be honest with you, that was my approach many, many moons ago. I don't follow the same process, but you've got to allow them to understand that that option is available. That if we are suspecting that there's lies coming across and there's no facts, we can request for polygraph testing, but preferably we want to conduct this investigation in the correct manner, and it must be done professionally, and we want the facts so that we can rectify this and prevent somebody from being injured or possibly killed again. Okay. Next, you would compile the investigation report and agree jointly on all the specific actions. Now, for me, this is the time when management normally tries to duck out of the investigation meeting, as now when it starts coming the time for action plans being put in place. You tell them no, they need to sit there, they need to assist, they need to participate, and they need to give their suggestions as well. Another thing is why we need their management and our management in the investigation meeting, is because certain things require money, resources, and somebody needs to approve it and pay for it. So rather have them there and then in the meeting, giving their word and giving a go ahead, and that they can pay for the thing or agree to the action, so that it does not become an open item on an action plan for a very, very long time. And believe me, this has happened on many occasions. Then you need to get the report finally signed off from all parties, issue it to your clients and to the head office, and then obviously your investigation is then closed out. Okay. Another thing is that you need to get the report signed off by all required parties, issue it to the clients and head office. Then we're gonna compile our lessons learned. Our lessons learned is now going to be your one-pager, which is also a sample that I've shared with you guys as well, where you would have what happened, basically your description of your incident, what were some of the underlying factors, root causes, and what are the actions or mitigations that need to take place. You can also add some pictures in there as well, and that would then suffice for a lessons learned that you would then utilize. Now, when you are conducting your lessons learned as well, important that you communicate this, and you can communicate this either in a mass stand down or in a toolbox talk if it's a more minor case, and share the information with the workforce, that everybody understands what went wrong and how has the company put things in place to mitigate it or to properly control it. What I also used to do sometimes is utilize the same person that was injured to conduct the explanation and sharing, and sometimes also to share how painful it was after they were injured, etc. So it's also a deterrent for others to be aware that these things are happening, and it's happening to their friends and colleagues at work. What we used to also implement was a monitoring of corrective actions, or MOCA, which was compiled and delegated to certain people that were responsible to go and ensure that these were being done. Okay. The last two steps that you need to consider under the investigation process is that it's not completed. You then need to ensure that all your relevant documentation are reviewed and revised if required on anything that needs to be updated according to the findings from the investigation. Now, from your trend analysis as well, from your incident that you had, you would be able to populate the findings, all the information into a trend analysis, and you can start identifying specific aspects within your company site, or your company if you're a head office safety manager or agent, and you will be identifying specific trends that need to be reduced or completely eradicated where possible to prevent serious accidents and injuries moving forward. Okay, and then last but not least, you will update as I said, all your relevant documentation, but your SHE specification is important, and your SHE plan to also update, especially if you are head office safety manager, because you want your other projects and your new projects that's going to be starting up to consider the relevant findings from your incident investigations that were conducted and what new implementations you have in place. Now, I can give you an example. When I started with the company, our SHE plan and SHE specification was around 80 pages. When I had finished with the company, it was in around 130 pages. And that's just additional information that was being updated, and I was updating of the incidents, of the serious near misses or NCRs, whatever the case may have been, and or sometimes just from observations that we identified and certain things that we put in place and how that actually benefited us as a company. Okay, so that's everything you need to know about incident investigation. Now, when it comes to risk assessments, okay, very important to understand that all risk assessments must be done in advance, and you can utilize the Gantt chart or the detailed schedule to identify in advance what activities are taking place when, within what sequence, so that you can plan ahead and ensure that your risk assessments are compiled on site in a timely manner with the right team available, and that it is done in advance as much as possible. Okay, it's important that you can also utilize a project roadmap, and as I mentioned previously, you can utilize it as a date review, meaning on your risk assessment you can also implement specific hold points that if this step is not done and verified and signed off and accepted, then the activity cannot proceed, the risk assessment will not be approved, or the activity cannot be approved until that hold point has been conducted. A similar process that I mentioned with regards to the hold point way of doing things, you can utilize it even within your risk assessments as well, where you can specify which are hold points and non-negotiables. If this is not done, if there's no proof that this was done, unfortunately, the work cannot proceed until this hold point has been closed out for action. Okay. Another good thing to do is to look at the scope of work and to ensure that your baseline risk assessment is conducted, as I mentioned, as a team, looking at all aspects of the job from the beginning right up until the handover of their project to your client, okay? Now, when you are conducting your issue-based risk assessments, these need to be conducted on a desktop review approach, meaning that you would utilize a laptop or a computer with a projector, and everybody that's sitting around the table or the team that are involved would be able to give their input into the activities, the hazards, the control measures, the risk ratings from the inherent risk, your mitigation, control measures, and obviously after that your risk evaluation into your residual risk. Okay, looking at those at the end of your control measures that you've put in place. But very, very important is to have a team of people that you are sitting with that are participating or conducting that activity, and those are the best people to have around the table with. Don't try and do risk assessments on your own. Always have the people that are going to execute the work, and they know best as to what the method statement is going to entail, what it needs to do, the job that it's going to involve, and the risks and the hazards associated with that activity. Okay. All risk assessments, procedures, plans, and documents required will always be reviewed jointly with all the relevant role players as well. So also important is that you have your team of guys going out or ladies going out and conducting inspections and verifications based on the activities that they're performing. You're looking at the documentation. If the risk assessment says that they're going to wear a pink hat on a Tuesday, you need to have your guys verifying that they're wearing a pink hat on a Tuesday, okay? Not an orange hat on a Monday, just an example, right? And based on that, you will ensure that everybody is compliant with regard to the risk assessment. If there are any findings from your team, when they are doing the verification process, they will come back and give you feedback, and then you would obviously ensure that that issue is rectified so that it does not become a problem again. Another important aspect to consider is having your team go around taking photographs of all the different type of tools, equipment that can be utilized, even as far as what chemicals are they utilized or required to be utilized on site. This will help you because you'll be able to identify if your risk assessments have covered you for all of these different activities within the scope of work. Now, when you are looking at, for an example, right, the important factor when it comes to risk assessment, I'm going to cover the first part with the chemicals, right, with your safety data sheets. You will always make sure that your safety data sheet is well understood according to the chemicals that the guys will be working with. And from that, you'll be able to include that information from the safety data sheet onto the risk assessment. An example would be working with the catalyst, right? That some catalysts remove the oxygen out of the air. Some catalysts start burning just from being exposed to water. They start smoldering and catching fire. So you would identify these hazards and risks within the safety data sheets, and you would then implement or input that information onto the risk assessment according to the specific chemicals. When it comes to equipment, right? So for an example, we're working with a magnetic base drill. When working with a magnetic base drill, you find that the user manuals that you can get from the suppliers will tell you do not utilize gloves on rotating equipment, and do not use gloves when working with this equipment. Maybe your glove, your magnetic base drill does not have the guarding system way of how you can protect the slugger section, and therefore an employee can be seriously injured from that. So what you would then do is verify according to the user manual, what is the user manual say? Now, we had a case in two cases actually, one in Ghana I had and one in Secunda, where on one of the sites, the guys were utilizing a magnetic base drill. The requirement from the client, from the operator's manual stated that no gloves to be worn and no loose clothing to be worn when utilizing this equipment. The risk assessment didn't pick it up. Nobody picked it up, and everybody was expecting the person to utilize the gloves when working with this equipment. Same thing happened in Secunda with a Hilti drill. Guy was working with a Hilti drill. The requirement clearly stated in there, do not utilize gloves when operating this machine. Guess what? The guy was wearing a glove, and it was included in the risk assessment. So what am I saying here to you guys is, make sure if there's an operator manual available from a supplier or from a specific brand of equipment, etc., you would make sure that you go and verify what are they saying. They would normally have a kind of a risk assessment within the operator's manual as well. So that will help you even with your compilation of your risk assessment, and that you will be able to verify and manage to say, do I need to have gloves specified within this equipment, usage of this equipment, and you would identify and say, no, it is not required according to the manual, and then you can indicate it as such in your risk assessment, and you make sure to clearly communicate that to all parties that they understand. Okay, so that is now pertaining to managing risks from a risk assessment perspective. When it comes to the risk register, now your risk register is normally done by the project manager. All right, they would compile a risk register based on every single risk associated to the project, whether it is from a procurement side of things, whether it's from logistics, whether it's from planning, whether it's from safety, quality, whatever. The project manager will do an overall risk management approach, looking at the different impacts on the project, whether it be an impact on schedule, impact on resources, on finances, on safety of the people, on the environmental aspects. All of that would be included in the risk register. Okay, that's different to a risk assessment register. Please understand that. If you do not know the difference, I'm explaining it, and it's also in the notes that I've shared with you guys as well. Okay, so that would cover you for your managing of risks. Okay, we do understand as well that when we're looking at our different risk assessments, I previously mentioned your baseline risk assessment, which is your main foundational risk assessment, which you mostly, if you're a contractor, you would get that from your client's agent. And from that, you would utilize that information to compile your issue-based risk assessments as well, and your DSTIs, your daily supervisor, or daily safety task instructions, or your JSAs, which was your job safety analysis. Okay, so that's your approach as far as risk assessments are concerned. One thing else that I'd like to add before we move on from risk assessment is that when you are conducting your risk assessment, it is very, very important that you visit the site where your guys are going to be working, to ensure that you have looked at all aspects, even with the physical conditional side of things, that you also need to ensure and make sure that it's in place. Okay. Now, when it comes to the next topic on managing difficult management, again, this is some of my own personal approaches that I've taken. Some of them work, some of them don't work. I'm just sharing with you guys what you can consider when you're dealing with certain difficult management, because the reason I threw the slide in here is because I know that many of us are faced with difficult management from time to time, whether it's from our own management or from the client management or the contractor's management. We got to identify how do we best deal with these people. So these are just a few of my tips that I'm going to share with you as to how you can overcome these situations. So my first tip to everybody is to get the management to trust you by seeing your hard work, your effort, your support, your dedication, and also through them seeing your profession. You are professional even when it comes to making decisions. Okay, but you can look at something, come up with an easy solution, and that you can advise them accordingly. So they need to see that they can trust you. That's the most important thing that I'm stating over here in regard to this process. The next, you need to look at reading up on laws of the land, etc. You need to ensure that you read up on the laws. If you're working in a foreign country, especially, make sure that you understand the laws of that country so that you can master it as well. Okay. So that's how you would ensure that you address this issue. Next one would be to ensure that you understand the sheet plan of the client as well as your company sheet plan and specifications, so that you can ensure that when you are speaking, everybody listens to you, because you are the person that is the most knowledgeable. If you are sitting in a boardroom, in a meeting, and you are less knowledgeable than the site manager or project manager in the area of safety, what's the purpose of them having you in that meeting? So you need to take that sheet plan home with you, take that specification home with you, read it, master it, understand it. You must even be able to tell them section 3.1.2 states this, and the other. Okay? Give me 1 second, please. I just want to talk to my children here, so they're making a bit of a noise here. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. Yes, so based on that, you would then be seen as the person that is most knowledgeable, and many people would not want to argue with you if they see that you understand the requirements, that you understand the spec, you know the spec, and you know the sheet plan as well. So when your management is coming and arguing with you on a point and saying, why do we need to do this thing because it's costing us money? All you tell them is section 2.8 of the specification states that we need to do this, and that's what needs to be done in order for us to comply. If you do not want us to comply with that requirement, then please send it to me in writing. So if the client comes to me with this specific issue, we can then I can then explain to them that you advised me or you instructed me to ensure that we do not do this. If you talk the language to management and put them very easily, you can put them back on the back foot. They will easily identify that you are in the driver's seat as far as knowledgeable information on the spec and the sheet plan and on the act is concerned, and therefore they will ensure that they support you and they will not do things deliberately to go against the spec, because they know not any project manager or site manager is willing to send you an email telling you not to do something that is in direct deviation or violation of that specification or plan. Okay. Important for me, things that I learned to get over things is to break through the frustrations and to speak to that soul of that person. Okay, very important as well. That we try and get to speaking to the soul of those management, to explain to them that we need them and they need us. We need to work together as a team in order for us to successfully execute this project. We need to work together and not working against each other. So I had many different situations and experiences within my life. Some of them were good, some of them were not so good, some of them were even bad, I can say. But in everything that I did, I utilized those things for me to learn from it and to grow from it. And that's my advice to everybody else as well, that you utilize what you've experienced, what you've gone through, and always try to hone in on your specific issues that you feel even within yourself, how you can improve as a safety professional. And then it's always important, as I said before, is to get management support. Sometimes it's good to find even support from a client safety person. You know, these are a few tips that I'm sharing with you that can be also a little bit dangerous if you can't trust the person. So what we used to also do is at times is we would get the client safety guy, especially if it's a friend or it's become a friend of ours, we can share with them certain information. Say, hey man, we're struggling in this area, we're not getting support. Can you come in and scratch in this area here? But don't do it now. give it about a week from now, and then you come and you scratch in that area. So they would then come in a week later and start scratching in that area. And then the management would automatically say, well, if the client is getting wind of this thing, then it means that we need to ensure that this thing is done and it's in place. So that's one of the ways of how you can get around it. You can also do it with somebody from head office as well. If you are a good relationship with your safety manager at head office and the site management team don't want to do certain things, you can let certain things out, divulge certain things to them, and then from that they will come and do their site visits or their audits or inspections. They would look at certain issues and highlight those issues to the management. And most of the time they'll highlight it to the senior management within the audit that is done. And then the senior management will notify the site management to ensure that they comply. Or sometimes the safety manager will talk to the site management to ensure that they are complying. And then automatically they have to do what they have to do because now it's already gone to head office. Okay. There will be times as well where you need to sometimes get HR involved. It's not a nice way of resolving a problem, but it does sometimes happen where you need to utilize HR or somebody more senior than yourself to resolve a problem, especially with certain site managers and construction managers. You all know the story as safety professionals. There's nothing new that I'm telling you guys now with regards to how these people's attitudes can be towards us. So as far as safety management systems are concerned, this you can read up on. I just shared some information which I think is important, is for everybody to understand that there are such safety management systems in place. There are some nice digital ones as well. This is a sample that I'm showing you on the screen of a company called Mango that we utilize, and it was very, very, very good, easy to implement, and it helped a lot because everything was done online and digital. Everybody would have access that needed to have access to the system itself, would be able to see what was done, what was not done, what was open, what was closed, what inspections were done that were and still needed to be done, what items were pending from investigation closeouts, as well as from audit closeouts and from inspections of items that were still pending that were not closed out. What's nice about a lot of these new systems as well is that you can utilize them on tablets and on cell phones in areas where it's not required for intrinsically safe devices. So that's also something that you can utilize, and it makes life a lot easier nowadays than having to do everything in paper. Okay, so that's just a sample of this. I've also shared this with you guys in the training notes as well. So when it comes now to pre-commissioning and commissioning, we're now coming closer to the end where construction has now been done. Commissioning has started, and within the commissioning process and pre-commissioning, a lot of this involves training. A lot of this involves communication of the relevant activities that will be taking place during the commissioning and pre-commissioning phases. And this is now where training comes into play. Risk assessments would need to be conducted for these activities. A couple of dummy test runs would need to be done during these pre-commissioning processes and commissioning processes as well. And a lot of toolbox talks as well needs to be done with communication to the workforce as to what they need to be informed of during the pre-commissioning and commissioning phases of the job. Another important aspect would be your signages that need to be displayed for pre-commissioning and commissioning activities. Your proper barricading of your areas is also vitally important. Your reviewing of your pre-commissioning and commissioning procedure to ensure that everything has been considered and that there's proper verifications and audits thereafter of the pre-commissioning and the commissioning while the activities are taking place. So what is also a nice thing to do is develop yourself a commissioning or pre-commissioning checklist that you can draft up based on the procedure for the commissioning, and you can do your verifications to check, has the pre-commissioning and commissioning manager ensure that all of these things have been done prior to us starting commissioning or pre-commissioning, and then you can go back and verify that all of these things have been done and put in place. When it comes to the safety aspect, you would obviously implement stuff that is required from your side to ensure that everybody is informed and understands the requirements of the pre-commissioning and the commissioning. That would include the risk assessments, your checklist process, your communication of the procedure, as well as your, what else was there? And then also a handover. So when it comes to commissioning especially, this is now when the 16.2 would normally hand over from the construction site management, and construction manager would normally hand over responsibility of the 16.2 appointment to the pre-commissioning and commissioning manager, who would then come in and start taking over the responsibilities from the construction or site manager, because now it is full pre-com and commissioning process that's taking place. And then the construction manager would then obviously, their 16.2 appointments as site manager would then be superseded, and then the pre-commissioning commissioning manager would then be appointed as the 16.2, and all responsibilities be transferred to that specific person. All right, then we are almost ready now for the closeout of the project closeouts and wrap up. This is now where we are compiling our final report. I'll share with you all a sample of the final report that we can conduct. I just want to stop my share. So now we're on the closeout section of the job. We are quite close to the end of job. And then what we would do is we would have what is called an end of job closeout report. Now this is just a sample of the end of job closeout report, and as well as the checklist that the clients would sometimes issue you, requesting you to submit certain documentation within the closeout. So they'll also give you specifics. They'll say, after completion of the construction work, please provide the agent with 3 hard copies and 1 electronic CD of the following documents for after approval. And these need to be then transferred. So it'll be your 37.2 agreements, project scope of work and requirements, construction risk assessments, sheet plans that were last updated or the last updated one, notification of construction work, etc. So all of these now would form part of the closeout closeout file that you would need to issue through to the client thereafter. And then, as I shared with you, this is an example of an end of job closeout report. So you give them a statistical data of information, what was identified, any specific trends that you have identified, any things that stood out, your total numbers of unsafe conditions and acts and behaviors, your total statistical data according to incidents that you had on the project site, how many work stoppages and things that you had, how many at-risk conditions and at-risk behaviors that you have on the project site. Then you can also share with them some good statistical information as to which companies had the most incidents on when, which day of the week, time of day, what activities that were being performed was the ones that stood out the most. And then, yeah, so that would be all of your statistical data. We're looking at your body parts affected, which body parts were affected and which ones stood out the most. You then have any milestones and company achievements, which were the positive, let's say your leading indicators and positives that were identified, how many site walks were done, how many toolbox talks were done, observations, behavior-based recognitions, how many audits were completed on the project, how lessons learned. So the key lessons learned that were picked up and identified, what were they? You can list those down and put down what you've done, and you can have your short executive summary for them to understand what were some of the key aspects that stood out for you. and what were some lessons learned as well for you moving forward for the next project. And then you can get that signed off by the 16.2 and you can sign it off on your part as well. So that would have been considered as the comprehensive SHE report, as the closeout master report that you could submit to your client thereafter. Okay. So next we would quickly look at the next we would look at the closure and post-mortem. So at the end of the job, once the report has been done, the wrap-up is done, you've submitted the relevant documentation through to your client, you would then do what we call a post-mortem, okay? Anybody tell me, or anybody's been involved in a post-mortem before? Can you just share with us if you have, and what did it entail that you were involved in? Nobody was involved in a post-mortem. Okay, so your post-mortem is, in a nutshell, your historical data and information pertaining to the project scope, the project, right? So what went well and what didn't go well. What went well would be noted and listed as what worked well on the project side, which is, for me, a good place to always start is on the positive side of things. Look at what went well, what really was working on the project, and what you would expect to implement on the next projects moving forward. Then you go into what didn't go well. What were the areas of concern? What did you identify? What were the mitigations that you put in place? Did the mitigations work? Or did you have to put in new mitigation plans in place to ensure that it does not work? That it does work on the next project. So the whole idea for your post-mortem is for you to compile a proper report, compile a what we call as lessons learned, which is the next one. And from the lessons learned, we will then ensure that that information is then disseminated to all the relevant project managers within the company. It's also disseminated amongst all the relevant company employees that are involved in project execution, so that they are in understanding as to what went right and what went wrong, and how we're going to implement these as a company moving forward. That would also entail reviewing or revising of certain documentation within the company to ensure that the lessons learned have been considered before we start the next project or projects, okay? So that at the end of the day, everybody understands from what we have learned, what went wrong, or what went well, what went wrong, and how did we fix it, and how we're going to fix it moving forward as a company. As far as personal development is concerned, and personal development and growth, what I'm sharing with you guys is just some tips that can help you to upskill yourself, which I've been using through the years. Very important is obviously to study and to choose your study programs wisely. Look at certain diplomas and degrees that you feel that you would like to study. And if you are happy with safety, study and show yourself approved. Okay? Important that we understand this. Very important as well is to read books in safety to better your knowledge and understanding. I've shared quite a few books with you all as well. If you all have looked at that link that I shared with you from Google Drive, you would have been able to download all the books that were on there. Okay. Next, what I also suggest is to watch some videos on YouTube on specific topics to upskill yourself and to develop yourself in those areas to ensure that you have a better understanding with regards to these topics. When we're talking about calculations of lifting and rigging, calculations and stresses on lifting equipment or lifting tackle, etc. Watch a couple of videos on that. There's some excellent videos out there on every topic that we can think about, and you will get a much better understanding of that activity. Okay? Important as well, make sure that you are always reading through documents. Okay? Read through your risk assessments, properly understand your client specification, your sheet plan. Extract what you need to extract from that information to ensure that you are well versed with regards to that specific activity. Sometimes you need to go through the procedures as well for you to understand what is required from your side. Okay. I also believe that it's important to do research on certain areas that you know that you are not knowledgeable in, that you would like to improve on, and attend these kind of trainings as well, where you can get a better understanding and an overview of your project activities, what is expected of you as a safety professional, and also places where you can learn and grow from each other. Also important is to join a safety organization where you are learning these engaging topics and you're learning from people with more experience than yourself, where you can network with other experts within the industry. Important as well to find yourself a good mentor and somebody that can help you to grow in leaps and bounds. Yeah, that is my sharing with you all as well. Before I go on to the last two topics that I want to quickly share, I just want to share this slide with you all, and then we're going to close with regards to any questions and answers or any discussions that you'd like to share on, and then we can go into that. This is from a book of a gentleman by the name of John C. Maxwell. Now, John C. Maxwell writes books on leadership, and these are one of the laws, of the many laws that he gives. And I've shared this as well within the training material. You can have a read at the different laws. And I think I've also provided you with a copy of his book for you to read through as well. Excellent book on leadership and understanding what it means to be a leader. Now, one of the main laws, or the first law, is what he calls the law of the lid. The law of the lid basically means is that if you as a leader of your team are a 5, your team can only be a 4 and under. Okay? If you as a leader are a 9, then your team can only go as far as being an 8. They cannot go above you because you are their leader. They are expecting you to give them the information, to share that information with them, and be the leader that they're expecting you to be. So what am I saying to you guys by ending this whole training session that we have is that if you see yourself as a safety professional, a safety manager, you want to be an agent one day, and you want to possibly be a corporate manager or director of a company, you need to ensure that your lid is as high as possible. Okay? Always remember the law of the lid. If I am being weak, if I am being unprofessional, if I am being, just downright unprofessionally, now I'm operating, and my skill level and my leadership level is at a low 5 or 4, then always remember that you are stagnating your team, you're pulling your team down. So you need to raise your bar, you need to raise your lid to that level where you can now say that your team is operating at a much higher level. You're obviously always striving to be a 10, which is sometimes extremely difficult to be a 10. But even if you are a close 9 or sometimes even an 8, your team can at least be at a 7 or possibly even an 8 if you are a 9. So that's something that you need to always remember as far as the law of the lid is concerned. So there's many of them that you find within there. I hope that everybody understood it, and you can easily find the information according to the notes that I've shared with you all. So we've now come to the end of the training session, the masterclass training session. Before we go on to any questions, I'd like you to see, I hope you can still find your notes where you wrote down what were your goals for this training session and what were your personal goals that you wanted to achieve over the 5-year personal plan. I hope that once you've conducted this training that you understand things a lot better, and that it can help you to achieve those goals in becoming a great safety manager and safety agent that I know each and every one of you can achieve. So from my side, thank you very much, okay? I know we're not done as yet. We will now go into a questions and answer session. And yeah, so you can shoot if you have any questions, any statements, any further explanations, please feel free. Go ahead, Lada.
How's it, Fabian? Okay, for me, the first part of the training was awesome. I think the second part was I knew a bit more. I was more familiar with it, you understand. The first part, I was actually amazed at what I was taught.
Okay.
Stuff I will definitely use in the future. On the second class, that 30, 60, 90 days, that site, what was it?
You're planning,
2 weeks, look ahead.
Yes.
Yes. Somehow or the other, I battle with that. I don't know if I'm just not consistent in it, or am I doing it wrong, or
So what is the challenge?
What
is the challenge that you're having with the 2 week look ahead or your 30, 60, 90?
I think I'm just doing the whole thing wrong. So, okay, we get onto the project. Advise me on what are the, okay, so let's see. Okay, I had 8 different subcontractors.
Okay.
On my last project. Let's just use that one, for example.
Okay.
So what are the main factors that I'm supposed to have looked at? Because that thing, and I think by losing in that area, I was stumbling a hell of a lot with everything else, because now you end up thumb sucking.
Yeah.
You end up not following up on things. You end up not, as you said, going back to make sure you're doing a follow-up. A lot of follow-ups of mine. And you know, when you don't do a follow-up, they start looking at you like, this one here is not going to show up. No, this one here is not going to show up. I would sometimes, and I'm not even going to lie, I sometimes knew I had a meeting, and I would show up there, and I would, Lord, please let some wisdom come to me. I know I'm supposed to be here, but what am I here for?
Yeah.
I promise you, I've done that because I don't have a structure, or what is it you want to call it?
Okay, so obviously one of your areas that you're struggling with then is with regard to your planning and your scheduling for yourself and your team, right? So what I'm going to advise you on here is that if you are working by yourself, L'Oreal, then obviously you're going to have to work around how do you schedule your meetings, how are your meetings arranged with regards to how many meetings you need to attend within a week, like your progress meetings for your subcontractors and those things. Those are important. So you need to always have your reminders done in advance. You need to ensure that you are reviewing your minutes of meeting for the meeting that's taking place this week in advance, so that you do not find yourself on the day sitting in a meeting and they're asking you something of something that should have been done the week before. It's obviously not going to put you in a good light, and you're not going to be looking professional. So it's very, very important that we understand that preparation as a manager sometimes can be done after hours if you are not managing within the time allocated within the day. And it's unfortunate, but it is a reality that many people understand, is that sometimes even if you're going home and you're saying, okay, I'm going to work an hour extra just for Monday so that I can get my scheduling right for the rest of the week, you know, is something that you can sometimes sacrifice. And you know that, okay, for the rest of the week, I'm smooth sailing. Another thing is, find yourself, there's some very nice apps out there. I'll tell you one or two of them that you can also utilize that help a lot. Let me just see if I can find one here. So when it comes to like your planning of your activities, you have, oh man, I need to find this one quickly. So these help you a lot with like ensuring your schedules are up to date, that you're not missing meetings, that you are always having your notes and stuff available. So some of these things you can even set certain pop-ups that will come up on your phone to remind you, hey, I need to ensure that I'm preparing for an audit that's happening at 2 o'clock, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, so that you know, okay, I have this meeting scheduled for the day, it's going to take me 30 minutes, and then I have 2 hours available for me to do quick preparations for the audit that's going to happen at 2 o'clock. So that can also assist you ensuring that you are planning your day in advance. And so that's why I say, for me, it's important that you can do this even at home as well, after hours, if you're not getting time to do it at work. So one of the apps that you can download is one called Stuff, S-T-U-F-F.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's a very, very nice app. You'll identify, you'll see it gives you some planning and stuff that you can utilize. Very, very nice tool. Another one that I utilize a lot, that's not so much on the phone now, it's called, let me show it to you quickly. I'll share my screen. Sorry, I just want to save it. So you can see it here on my front of my screen. It's called Rain Lender. It's a free app that you can download. And basically it runs on your desktop. So it runs on your screen. You can see it's like semi-transparent kind of thing. But what you basically do is, yeah, you can add in events, let's say auditing, M&R, on sheep land. I'm just using this as an example. Location would be laydown area or site establishments. If there's a then you're going to have your start date. So you say I'm going to audit them on the 8th, and it's a full day audit that's going to be starting from the morning, right? So you can change your timing. You can say it's starting at 8 o'clock, and I will be finished with them by 4:30. Okay. You will then add your default sensitivity, whether it's something private, you can add it on there, and then you can have your default calendar. What is it? It's a business issue. And you can update these as well as you want. And you just put it in there, and then you'll see it comes up on your event section. Can you see it here? And that thing will pop up. You can set it as well a week in advance. On the morning before the audit needs to take place, this will pop up as a reminder, it will alarm, and it will tell you, hey, we have the Murray and Roberts audit that you need to conduct today. So this is something that you can implement as well, and it helps a lot with your planning. And then you also have a to-do list that you can also add, like 30, 60, 90 day, 30, 60, 90, look ahead to be updated, okay? And then you do the same, location, online by Zoom, I'm just giving you an example. And then you will say, okay, then you have your item on your to-do list. Once it's done, you can say completed, and then it's removed off your to-do list. So you can have that on a weekly basis, you can have it on a daily basis, and you can ensure that this way you are always planning in advance. You understand? So you can ensure that everything that you need to get done is done and in place. So when it comes to 30, 60, 90 days, what I'm also going to suggest to you, if you know that you are struggling, for an example, on your planning of the activities ahead, sometimes it's good to sit with somebody that has a better understanding on planning and scheduling. And you can sit with even maybe the planner from your company, make some time with them and say, oh, I need a bit of assistance with regards to this. As far as my 30, 60, 90-day plan is moving forward. Write down all of the different activities that you need to do within that 30, 60, 90 days. And then obviously you sit with that person and they can assist you with ensuring that your scheduling is done properly and that you're not missing out on certain things. But for me, I can tell you something now, you know, even when it came to going into meetings, I would try and immediately after the meeting was done, I would try go backwards. I would take down notes of what I needed to action and try and action them as soon as possible so that I know that it's done and it's behind me. But also importantly, when the minutes of that meeting comes out, take the time and read that minutes. Even if you have to, as I said, take it home with you. Email it to your personal email address. Take it home with you. Read it for 10 minutes when you get home. And you know, okay, tomorrow I need to ensure that this is done because this action is for me or my team, you know? And then obviously when you get back to the office, you'll delegate it to that person and say, please action it, give me feedback, and it's done. So when you come into the meeting, you're already coming to the meeting well prepared. All of these things, I know it sounds like a lot, you know, and it's a lot of sacrifices that we have to make. But the unfortunate thing about it is that even if you think about senior managers and directors of companies, most of those people hardly sleep. Most of those people are taking work home with them and they're sitting up hours almost every day doing work. Some of them are lucky enough that they don't have that, but a lot of them are. And that is the reality that we have to face. And the truth be told is that the higher you go up the food chain, the more responsibility and the busier you start becoming. And once you start having trusted people that are around you that you can delegate to, then you need to learn to delegate. Very, very important. If you remember one of those documents that I shared with you guys with regards to looking at the delegation of responsibility to the different safety personnel, you know. So when you have that properly ironed out and done with your team, where everybody understands what is my role and responsibility as far as this is concerned, you'll see my name was very seldomly put onto these actions because I'm running the sites, I'm running multiple projects. I can't just be sitting and doing one thing when I have multiple projects that I'm looking after. You understand? So this is the approach that you need to have, and you need to start learning to trust people. When you delegate it to them, initially you will come in and you will say, okay, show me that it's done. How have you done it? How have you closed it out? Sure, I want to do a verification. Now and again, you come in and you check up on that person. But once you're at a point where you can trust your team, you'll find that you can allow them to do what they're doing, give them that bit of carte blanche, and you just come in as an overview to come in and inspect or check up on them every now and again, so that you're also keeping them on their toes. And that's where my Friday meetings used to come into play, LRL, is that on my Friday, I would be able to sit with my team and look at what they did for that week and verify based on their proof that it was done. My next plan after that was for my Friday was my pre-planning for my next week, that I was already sitting with them to say, okay, what's planned for next week? So that we already in advance, we're looking at if there's any specific aspects that need to be done to ensure that whoever's responsible is delegated that responsibility and that they are actioning it by a specific date. Another thing that's also good to do is to try and sit before you have a meeting, even if it's a progress meeting with your contractors, to have your pre-meeting with your team, your project management team, to sit together and to discuss the actions that your company was responsible to action, including your action, so that when you are conducting your meeting with your clients or with your contractors, all of that information is already accepted, understood, and that you're just coming to give them feedback to say that it is being closed out. Okay, so all of those actions will definitely help you a lot as far as your planning is concerned, because I think from what you're mentioning, that's an area that you're currently struggling with, and it's not hard to get over that issue. It's not a major issue that I would say from my side to you that hey, you're not going to make it as a manager because you can and you are doing it. Another thing that you'd utilize as well is a project roadmap. Now, when it comes to safety project roadmaps, I'm sharing this with you. So this is an example of your project roadmap. So you can see for March, these are all the activities that need to be conducted in March. If you can do something like this, L'Oreal, for yourself as a project roadmap for example, March 2022, what is everything that I need to ensure that is in place for March in advance? If you're looking at, for an example, on your strategies, on areas of concern that you would identify, hey, we're struggling with drop objects. So you would ensure that your drop object plan is in place, that your improvement plan is in place, that your campaign is in place in advance to ensure that, hey, for March, I've covered myself with these specific aspects and campaigns that I'm running. And then it'll be the same with the activities that you are performing as well. And then you'll see that it'll be easy. Once you split it up into your different months like this, you can then easily derive what is my 30, what is my 60, what is my 90 plan that I need to consider. And then you'll see, like, for example, yeah, piping fabrication was starting in March, right? That was a new construction activity. So my risk assessment, everything pertaining to piping would have been done in February already, preempting my activities for March. The same would happen for April. Within mid-March or later March, I know that everything for the painting and the pancake lifting, everything is in place for these activities to take place. And that's how I would schedule my activities based on my 30, my 60, and my 90 are concerned. Okay.
Perfect, thanks. It's a lot of work though.
That is a lot of work. Yeah. Being a manager is not an easy thing, I can tell you now. Like,
I know, as it's I think it's the thing of we hardly got mentors.
yes,
Okay.
that's true.
That's the sad part about it.
Yeah.
And then you also get the officers that are coming in. Hence why we have to go back and actually go back on the field and go and do the job, because they just glorified just being there. That's all they're doing. It's just, I'm here. You know what? I'm gonna just stand here with a fire extinguisher. And you understand what I'm saying? And some of them are so driven, and the others, some of them are just so just, I don't know.
Yeah, they're in it for the money, a lot of them. And that's the thing, L'Oreal. You see, as a manager, you start realizing that your responsibility is to lead your team and to get the best out of them. No matter how you need to do it, you need to drive them to get the best out of your team. And those that are not willing to play the game and they're not willing to participate in your vision with your team and how you want to drive your team, then it's unfortunate for them that they have to leave the team. You know, it's a reality that we need to face, that we are not here to spoon feed our people forever. You know, you're there to help them, you're there to guide them, you're there to push them along the journey, but it is also for them to play their part. And if they're not playing their part, unfortunate for them, and that's what you need to tell them, is that they're going to find themselves without a job, you know, and that's what.
Yeah, you know, my last project, quickly, it was just the one at Sappy Cycle. I had one person removed, you know, off-site, a subcontractor. I've asked them to remove their safety officer. Unfortunately, being a woman, him being a man, the respect, you know.
Yes.
He was not coming to the party. He still insisted that I will only be here these days, those days you don't tell me. I was like, okay, cool, get him off, you know. I had full support, but everybody, my team, and I'm not being sexist, I'm not being, my team consisted of single mothers.
Yeah.
And do you know how beautiful that was? There were two guys. Okay, but that was a Johannesburg company, which I didn't have so much control over. But all the smaller ones from Durban opt to choose the single parents. You know how much work I got out of those women. It
Yeah.
was unbelievable.
Yeah,
And I thought to myself, just look at this, you know,
that's
they
true.
were
because-
thriving. They were, I'm telling you, up on the 47 floors and level. I've got a full report on at least, you know, they were sharing things, talking, okay, you tired today, it's okay, I'll go up for you, you know. And I looked at this and I said, look at how sad this is.
Mm,
You see, these are women and they were all single parents and they worked.
yeah.
They worked compared to the guys.
Most of them know that the responsibility is on them for themselves, to fend for themselves and for their child, you know. Many men are unfortunate to say this, and it might come across in a negative way, but many men are still children, even though they're old. They have not matured in themselves to understand their responsibility as far as being a man is concerned. And many parents are still babying their sons, even when they're old, you know, they're still being babied and treated like small children. And that's why they never grow up. And that's the unfortunate thing. And I agree with you. I also had similar experiences. Some of them were different to yours as well. But in general, I agree with your statements as well, that many of the single mothers are much more driven and hardworking than the married ones that can rely on their husband to just resign and to go back and sit at home for a while. And the men as well, where many of them are still childlike in their thinking, you know, not
Yeah.
mature as yet. So yeah, I agree with you. Is there anything else anyone else would like to share before we close? Anyone else? Gloria, Shilaika?
Hi, I'm all good on my side. It's just a lot of knowledge to absorb here. It's just the beginning stages for me, so I haven't really encountered any of these things, but a lot to learn from.
Yeah, no, we all have to start at some place, like, and it's good that you've attended, I think, this 2 sessions to give you a much better overview as to what your work entails and what you need to be aware of, or what are some of the issues that's
Yes.
going to happen. I do think that the training is a lot, quite extensive information to absorb within the 2 days. I need to maybe try and build on certain areas a lot more, and maybe focus on the specific issues, I would say, so that I can cover those items extensively, so that when a person understands when it comes to kickoff meetings and what it entails, they have the complete knowledge and understanding of a kickoff meeting, and not just a snapshot or overview of what a kickoff meeting entails, etc. You know, so I do identify that that's a lot to absorb, especially for yourself, for like yourself that may be new in the industry. For Gloria and Larell that's been in the industry for a longer time, I think it's much easier for them because they understand a lot of these terms and concepts and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, you. All right. So thanks, Shilaika. Anybody else? Gloria, anything from your side before we close? And please, if you want any additional information from me, any discussions, any sharing, please pop me a WhatsApp message. I think you all got me on WhatsApp as well. Or send me an email and then I will respond, but preferably on WhatsApp because my emails tend to get full very quickly. So yeah, I prefer to discuss on WhatsApp. But thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.